Hablo francés, no lo entiende.
Ah, qué triste.
Y también ella habla inglés, neerlandés, español, francés, así que un poco de español que quiere aprender. Tienen un monte, tienen un sitio para la de la mezcla. No, dragón. En medio del monte tiene un sitio precioso. Y yo pensaba que íbamos a ir a había un ambiente impresionante. Sí.
Ya, un buen rollo.
Sí. Muy interesante, muy estar como
They don't bring us to the fun things, you know.
Oh,
yeah, it's nice. Bien.
Luego es verdad que sabe vender.
So did you go out or something, or you just went directly to the
Yo no
Airbnb? Yeah, me too. I like. I think 12 or before.
Solo los demás terminan a su casa. Eso a mí no me parece.
It's because it's hard for me sometimes to sleep out of home, you know. That's why I always ask. Yeah, it was at the village too, which is important. Yeah.
Cada año se aprende.
So hard because I was a cover and I had to uncover myself. Sí, pues tenéis café, croissant.
Puedes pasear por aquí a ver. Podéis haber venido al hotel.
Sí, nadie te pregunta de calidad de paso. Sí, hacer eso, claro. Nadie pregunta de calidad. Estamos
Vamos a las 5. Nos vamos para las 5 de la mañana. Con lo cual, no vamos a desayunar nosotros.
Y yo estaré sobre las 7, estoy
Ahora, vamos a quedar con ella. Las horas. Si me dices la habitación, 5, 1, 7. 5, 7, 5, 6, 7. 8.
No, la tuya es 517. La 517. ¿Y la otra? 424. Sí. 7. Víctor está en el Center, pero digo pues las vas a dar una vuelta y esto creo que es porque aquí no nos hacían el.
Vale, pues me ha enviado. Y tenemos la aplicación de Carlos para que también
Tomorrow my flight it's taking off at 11:50. So in the morning what I'm going to do is to wake up early and so if you want to join, Antonio says that it's all close to the hotel and so I just want to take a look. Antonio sí que está todo cerca, que podemos dar un paseo y llegar a Antonio did it yesterday and he saw like bridges and the castle.
Lo vimos el domingo en la Maya de el vocabulario lo utilizo un poco y se me pasa. Paseamos el domingo en la tarde. 2 horas todo, ayuntamiento, todo.
2 hours walk.
Salvo el castillo. Y ayer por la mañana yo me levanté a las 7.
He saw the castle by himself, and he says there's a lot of stairs, but he did it by his own.
Yo te lo dejo para mañana. Mañana a las 7, 7:30, estáis andando. A las 8:30 habéis visto todo, incluido el castillo.
Y tengo tiempo para irme al aeropuerto. Es un buen plan.
En una hora, bueno, a lo mejor.
Sí, yo quiero una.
¿Cómo va? A ver, yo digo, yo subí aquí.
A mí me cuesta un poquito más.
Bueno,
No sé.
claro.
Bueno, yo me conformo con. Porque no entra, o sea, no se entra ni nada al castillo o no.
Cuando tú vas a las mesas,
Claro.
abre a las 9.
Vamos. A mí me gusta mucho la zona del río y me apetece verla de día. Sí, era un paseíto. Estaba preciosa, anoche.
Anoche a las 8:30 a las 9:30 podemos embarcarnos por la orilla del río, veamos el puente de los dragones, el puente de los candados, el triple, la catedral, la iglesia, el ayuntamiento. Bueno.
¿De aquí salimos pelados? Sí.
Sí, sales con algo tomado.
Sí, o sea que ya podemos irnos. Tú estás pensando, necesito un bocadillo de chupe.
No, bueno, si luego llevamos con hambre, pues hay muchos una parte del puente de los dragones, puente triple, una calle preciosa, creo que es ayer, ¿no? De gente muy joven en la calle, muy bien. Y luego continúa hacia el otro lado. También muy bonito. Pues entonces, son
You want to take a
500 metros.
walk tonight to see the bridges and the river and everything? Yeah.
Voy a hacer un poquito.
Okay.
Sí, voy a tomar un café. Y nos vemos contigo. Ahora.
Bye, bye. Ven. Escribe Reino. Ven. A mí no me sale mucho la R esa de acá. Ven. Me cuesta. Sí, me he apuntado ahora.
Me tiré un año.
What do you look for?
Me tiré un año haciendo.
¿Por tu cuenta?
Sí, no, con una profesora. Una profesora. Muy bueno. Y aprendí a hacer yo antes con mucho.
Sí.
Entiendo.
El hablar.
Y lo dejé porque mi hija se separó. Y entonces tuve que pasar con ella.
Lo llevas tú por la mañana a Fuente Blanca, ¿verdad? Una vez que has salido del coche y.
Salimos los dos.
Pero tú vives en Madrid, ¿no? Y lo pasas a. Sí, es que te he visto alguna vez porque yo vivo cerca, claro.
Pues a las 7:15, yo habitualmente saco el perro a coger.
Pues aunque yo me he apuntado ahora, le he dicho a Mari Carmen que voy a hacer el C1 de UPODER, porque tengo el nivel pero no es certificado. Entonces me lo quiero sacar. A lo mejor hay algo que puedas hacer, no sé si estás tan liado.
Pero si yo hubiera utilizado el año
Te hubiera sido más. Claro. ¿Sabéis otros años de alemán? Yo hice 2 años de alemán, pregúntame, no sé nada.
Entonces yo me estaba pensando,
Pues escucha, yo me he apuntado francés, tú sabes que se tienen los cursos de formatar, que son online. Pues tiene 4 niveles de francés. Yo me he metido a eso, es que no tengo tiempo. Es un café. te lo pongo sin problema, ¿eh?
No.
¿Has visto a Nick que bajaba?
Sí, está tomando su perdido.
Vamos a ver. Yo creo, si te parece.
Sí.
No.
Ya se lo he puesto como lo siempre, sobre la
Quitamos esto.
Sí.
Entonces, primero, hace 5 años, como se van a presionar, y damos el famoso, y lo puse para recordar luego. Esto también te lo estaba el perfecto. A esta primera firma se verían pum, 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 pum.
precisamente la fotografía que tenemos de
Lo de Santiago.
las 2 o 3 pantallas de Santiago. O sea, porque yo me las puedo hacer yo de cero. O sea,
Sí, para que te preparen, para que te preparen en PowerPoint.
claro, porque Ángel no me da tiempo a llegar, cogerlo, explicarle. Porque yo ya no lo veo, Ángel. Yo lo hice, no lo veo.
Si necesitas, si ellos pueden, pero si no, me lo dicen.
No, porque tengo que estar yo.
Claro.
No vale que me lo explique un tercero. Que yo eso es un universo. Significa que me cambio.
No, pero me lo puedes explicar a mí.
Sí, sí, sí. No, porque si lo explico directamente a Ángel,
Ya.
And good morning, everybody. Good morning, how are we? Excellent. We are delighted to have everybody here. It is extraordinary to be here for the European Social Economy Week 2021 here live from Ljubljana in Slovenia. It is an extraordinary occasion to be able to get the actors for anything, but for the social economy to be so robust, to be able to join together at such a critical moment at the time for social economy all across our continent is extraordinary. So a deep appreciation to everybody here in the room. This obviously is a hybrid event, so welcome to everybody from around the globe. You are very welcome to this event, ActSE. It is extraordinary to be able to have so many people on panels and discussions talking about things that matter. But none of us would be in this room if it weren't for the tireless work of social economy actors all across our continent. Europe is undergoing a transformation at the moment, and a lot of that is due to the extraordinary and resilient attitude to our social enterprise, social entrepreneurs, social innovators, cooperatives, and social economy people all across Europe. We have been devastated by a terrible thing called COVID for the past number of months and years. But the resilience that has been shown by social economy actors has been exceptional, and we deeply appreciate all of their efforts. It sounds a bit unusual, but a huge round of applause for all of our social economy actors all across Europe, including yourselves. Thank you very much. So for those of you that are watching in, there are people that care. You are not alone, and there are extraordinary efforts being made. Those efforts we are going to get to discuss over the course of the next couple of days. We are live here for 2 days. We are also online. Because of the nature of COVID, there are a number of people that are tuning in online. We greatly appreciate their efforts. So you're going to see a mixture of people in person here on stage, and also through Zoom and digitally online. So we do ask and encourage everybody to take part. It is not just a passive thing. We understand if you are at home, you might be watching on Zoom with your tabs open. Open another tab, ladies and gentlemen, because I want you to use the hashtag ActSE2021. If you could please talk about today's event. If you're in the room here today, you could please be sure to mention anybody that you think is of interest, saying something that you think other people and followers would like to hear. Please do tweet and use LinkedIn and all other social media channels to make that happen. The more that we talk about these things, the better it is for everybody. However, we must start the day, and to tell us why we are here in Ljubljana in Slovenia, we are delighted to welcome some incredible speakers. Our first block is going to be a mixture of online, video, and in person. And for that, we would like to kick off to tell us why we are here, how it has all come about, and why Slovenia is making such strides. We are delighted to welcome the chairman of the Catalyst 2030 Slovenian chapter, but also the member and chair of the organizing committee of the European Social Economy Week. Ladies and gentlemen, would you please welcome on stage Tadej Slapnik.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, I would like to welcome you all at European Social Economy Week 2021, Social Economy for Just, Green and Digital Recovery, High-Level Conference, ActSE 2021, which is organized in a framework of the Slovenian presidency of the Council of European Union. In the light of launching Social Economy Action Plan in the last quarter of 2021, the main topic of the conference will be on strengthening social innovation ecosystem through digital and advanced technologies. European Social Economy Week will offer a series of diverse conferences, panels and workshops with a focus on scaling up, digitalization and the sustainability of social economy and social innovation. Our goal is to increase the integration of social innovation with traditional industries and sectors which are facing the need for transformation in post-pandemic period and through innovative approaches and advanced technologies to achieve the solutions for the future of work. In last more than 10 years in the Republic of Slovenia, we were active in strengthening social economy sector, starting with first national conferences in 2007, passing social enterprise law in 2011, and organizing first international social economy conferences here in Ljubljana in 2012. In the end of 2011, we established Social Enterprise Forum as a national network of social economy actors here in Slovenia. In following years, Republic of Slovenia was also active on European level, where together with 5 more member states, Slovenia participated as a founding member of Luxembourg Monitoring Committee in Luxembourg in 2016. Slovenia also organized important regional Southeastern Europe social economy conference in 2017 in Brdo pri Kranju. And we were also successfully chairing Luxembourg Monitoring Committee in 2018. In this wonderful journey, we established a lot of friendships and partnerships on national and also international level. And that's why in the start of 2021, together with our partners and colleagues from Slovenian social economy community, we decided to organize social economy conference in framework of Slovenian presidency of the Council of the European Union. And thanks to all our partners from Europe, together we managed to prepare this important event here in Ljubljana. We have more than 300 participants registered from all European member states. Most of you will join us online, but I think it's also important that we manage to organize the event also live here in Ljubljana. European Social Economy Week is organized by Social Economy Europe, Catalyst 2030, Sklad 05, Foundation for Social and Impact Investment, SHENT, the Slovenian Association of Mental Health, DASIS, Transgiving Europe, Euclid Network, Community of Private Institutes, SKUP, EPECA, ActSE, and with the support of Slovenian Ministry of Economic Development and Technology, European Commission, European Economic and Social Committee, OECD, and Google. I would like to thank you all for all your support, and I wish you a successful conference. Thank you.
Just an extraordinary lineup to be able to get all of the actors of importance into the room. Extraordinary, deeply appreciate all of your hospitality. And for anybody who hasn't been in Slovenia, it's beautiful. So that's my little, I think the tourism industry are paying me a little bit of money for that. Ladies and gentlemen, we are delighted that obviously by being in Slovenia, we have the support of a number of members to speak to us about all of the actions that are taking place in Slovenia, give a little bit of how we are here and the future in Slovenia. I am delighted that I am able to welcome, hopefully by Zoom, our next speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, it is with great pleasure that I am about to announce one of the members of the organizing committee of the European Social Economy Week, Nena D'Acuso. Nena, are you online? Can you hear us? This is the first test of our Zoom this morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes, I am. Oh. And very good morning from my side as well.
Good morning, good morning, good morning. We are delighted to have you here, Nena. Thank you. I can see you now. Nena, we are deeply appreciative of having this conference here in Slovenia. I realize that is thanks to you and the organizing committee. The floor is yours. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, Nena D'Acuso.
Thank you very much. And I'm very glad to participate at the opening thoughts of this conference, and thank you all for coming or participating here for European Social Economy Week. As you know, Slovenia has already has a quite strong history of development of social economy, as it was mentioned by Tadej also, we were intensively developing the community, developing the pillars of institutional support for social economy in many years now in the recent years. But now when we have the presidency of the Council of EU, it is even more important to increase the visibility of Slovenia and its role in the social economy. So this conference is a part of Social Economy Week. We managed to organize various events that will be dedicated to social economy. But what is important is that this conference will be very excellent opportunity to exchange the views on how to build that bright future for next generations, to seek a common approach, and the ultimate goal of the conference will be to increase the integration of social innovation with industries, sectors which are facing the need for transformation within that post-pandemic period. Like Tadej said, we need the transformation also in the sense of recovery and resilience, what we are facing now in that post-pandemic period. But COVID, in the other hand, showed that even more than before, social and solidarity principles will be one of the driving forces of the future. It will additionally increase the visibility of social economy and social innovation, what has been included into social economy action plan, which will be launched in second quarter or in the last quarter of this conference. And last quarter of this year, so it will be even more important to be communicated throughout all the communities and all the stakeholders of social economy and the others. What we have now, recovery and resilience facility, it has been adopted like Next Generation EU as the response to COVID, but also it arises from the need for social innovation and social economy to be integrated more into various verticals and horizontal sectors within the industry, within the economy, and within the society. So we would like here very much to address different smart specialization areas, like, for example, smart communities, smart cities, smart transformation as such. And we are achieving green and digital objectives. As we know, Europe is going into green. We adopted strong European Green Deal, where social economy and social innovation contribution can be even more important in the following years. We are also adopting a Digital Europe program, which will contribute to the adoption of advanced technologies like IoT, like artificial intelligence, like blockchain, like other technologies which are having human-centered approach inherent within the technologies. And this will have very strong impact in the future of work. Additionally, here within social economy concept, we are focusing also on SDGs. SDGs are very important because an inevitable part of all the sustainable development goals has inherited the concept of social impact. So if we go through the education, uprising digital skills for social economy, enterprises and other stakeholders, then accessibility to various services, then organizing of the society as such, going to platforms, to cooperatives, to decentralized autonomous organizations, which are can be also a matter of expression through the blockchain technology. We can see that we can connect those movements together with the technologies into one resilient, stronger, and more competitive world. So I would like now to maybe to close that speech, and thank you for all the organizers, co-organizers, and participants that are here. I wish you a very fruitful conference, and I hope in the next hours we will have the opportunity to talk in person today and tomorrow and in the next day till the end of Social Economy Week. Thank you very much.
And thank you very much, Nena. Deeply appreciate your efforts in being able to join us here today. Thank you so much to everybody who is tuning in online. Just a quick reminder that our hashtag is hashtag ActSE2021. Please do consider using it throughout the course of the day, and consider that your followers might be interested in some of the content that will come up over the course of the next week. It is extraordinary to think that we are here in Slovenia. There are so many countries in Europe. Clearly one of them is France. This is my little segue into France. I'm hoping that we are able to introduce our next speaker. However, through circumstances which hopefully will become clear, it is for a very special reason that our next speaker is coming in by video. There is an awful lot in the French social and solidarity economy that has been going on traditionally, as has in many different countries all across Europe. Recognizing that and placing that at the forefront of policy in the coming months and years is one of the most important actions. To hear from the French perspective, with the title of State Secretary for Social and Solidarity Economy and Responsible Economy of France. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my privilege and honor to welcome by video Olivier Gregoire.
Development and Technology of Slovenia. Dear Commissioners, Nicolas Schmit and Thierry Breton, Ministers from all the European Union, ladies and gentlemen, very good morning and many thanks for your invitation to this conference. I sincerely regret that I could not join you physically today in Slovenia to share with you the French viewpoint on social economy. I get a good reason. First of all, I want to tell you that I'm very glad, very glad that Slovenia decided to bring this issue at the European agenda, in particular in the context of the European Recovery Plan. I'm really convinced that social economy companies know how to bring innovative solutions to the crisis that has to cope our modern economies. They have in their DNA, deeply, the energy to create a new way to do business. They proved it during the COVID crisis. Companies of the social economy managed to come up with credible, operational, and also sustainable solutions to face kind of emergency that we had to cope with during the crisis. I strongly believe that public policies must now do their best to encourage them and boost their development. We're trying to do this in France. We are doing it in France, combining our national and the European recovery plans. Billions of euros are now helping directly the social economy to grow and hire. France already has been very active for a couple of years, as you know, to promote the social economy, in particular by implementing a specific law in 2014. This law clarified the definition and the legal framework of companies and other bodies acting in the social economy. The other aim of the law was to allow those companies to receive more funding, more investment, for example, by attributing them a special status to reply to public procurement and by encouraging specific investments. This sector is a reminder. The sector concretely represents a little bit more of 10% of the GDP and a little bit more of 40% of jobs in France. This is huge. The idea of our policy is to bring together economic development and social impact. Now, it's really time to encourage it at the European and international levels. I know that you share the same expectation, because those expectations, they have been shared above all by citizens from all over Europe for years now. France will therefore take advantage of the upcoming presidency of the Council to raise awareness in Europe about social economy and develop concrete solutions to foster it. And I'm proud to do it in the footsteps of Slovenia. At the moment, efforts made by the different players remain mainly, as you know, at local or national level. However, as we know, there is a need of coordination of public policies at the European level. Along with 8 member states now, we came up with an ambitious position paper that has been shared with dear Commissioner Schmidt, where we focus on 3 different goals: improving the legal framework and the visibility and understanding of social economy companies in Europe, improving impact measurement and engaging social innovation concretely, developing new funding solutions for social economy players. After the publication of the action plan by Commissioner Schmidt next December, we will actively, be sure, work with the other member states to find common positions and develop this sector. The organization of a summit focused on social economy in Strasbourg, the 17th and 18th February 2022, will be a great opportunity to gather at the same time public and private players on the social economy and to discuss about concrete solutions to implement this action plan. I expect the 27 ministers for social economy, from Slovenia to Portugal, from Sweden to Italy, from Greece to Spain, to come to Strasbourg, discuss with us an ambitious political agreement for social economy, because she deserves it. Invitations are on their way. Please open your agenda. The transition towards a greener, fairer, and more sustainable economy is not an easy journey, you know this, but I'm confident that we can make a lot of progress working strongly together. So again, many thanks again and again to everyone and to Slovenia. And I hope to see you soon in Strasbourg in a few months. Thank you very much and have a good day.
And a huge thanks to Olivia Gregoire. That is extraordinary. I hope you all got that. Did you all get that? 17th and 18th of February in Strasbourg, ladies and gentlemen. Is it in the diaries? We are hoping that we will be able to meet you all and anybody here tuning in. The next major event for France taking place in the 17th and 18th of February. Of course, so many things are being talked about with the Social Economy Action Plan. We are due to if anybody in the room can tell me exactly the date that that will be released, I would be grateful. Anybody want to tell me? I heard the 8th of December. I'm not sure. 8th sounds right. Okay, cool. I'm going to put money on that. 8th of December is the Social Economy Action Plan. For so many people have been contributing to this plan, this extraordinary effort that hopefully will make a huge difference to all of our sectors all across our continent. With that, obviously, clearly, organizations are helping alleviate and fight some injustices that are across our nations. Clearly, one of the most egregious things that has happened has been the impact of COVID for the past number of years. There's a number of countries that are obviously aiming to target those things. We've heard from France and how it's going to be part of their plans into the future. We've heard from Slovenia and how it is that this will be part of their future and all their plans in supporting the social economy. We are about to hear now from Spain to talk about how it is that the social economy is a real strength in their sector and part of their recovery plan. From video, delighted to welcome another incredible speaker to have here this morning, the Director General for Social Economy, CSR and Self-Employment of the Spanish government. Just great to have social economy in any title in any ministries all across Europe is extraordinary. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to welcome by video Maravillas Espín.
Good morning. It's a pleasure for me to participate even online in this conference. I'd like to thank this initiative of the Slovenian Presidency of the Council and all social economy networks and organizations taking part in this EU Social Economy Week 2021, especially Social Economy Europe. As you know, social and solidarity economy has promoted for decades now the transformation of economic models, championing responsibility towards each other and towards the planet, and solidarity between people and generations as essential values for creating business and building a people-centered economy. It's because this tradition that combines efforts and dedication of many people and institutions, and because these values, that it is the moment to promote the development and consolidation of this other way of doing economy. This is the right moment for cooperation between states in order to boost the social and solidarity economy as a key driver of economic and social development in the context of the Monitoring Committee of the Luxembourg Declaration. All these common efforts will be reflected in the European Action Plan for the Social Economy that we are waiting with illusion, because it could be the European recognition to the social and solidarity economy role in the recovery we need, as a key driver for an inclusive, fair, and sustainable future. As member of the jury of the EU Social Economy Awards, I can offer testimony of this. 118 applications from 28 countries that confirm that future is made by social and solidarity economy. Thanks so much.
And of course, Maravillas was talking about the Social Economy Awards, the European Social Economy Awards that are taking place tonight. I'm a little bit biased. I will be there. I sincerely hope that you all will be there too. It is an extraordinary opportunity to celebrate some of the finest social economy organizations all across Europe. I'll be delighted to MC tonight. I haven't introduced myself. My name's Chris Gordon. I'm CEO of the Irish Social Enterprise Network. But none of this is because anything that I have done. We are delighted to join with many of the participants that are in this room online who we are a member of. It wouldn't be for our network that you guys have been able to make such an impact. We believe we're a part of that, and we believe that our social enterprises and social economy organizations, particularly in Ireland, have benefited greatly. We're on a journey like everyone else, so it is extraordinary to meet with all of the countries all across Europe on similar journeys, to learn from best practice and to avoid all of the mistakes that anybody in this room may have fallen into. I do not want to fall into the same mistakes that anybody may have fallen into in this room or online. We are here to learn and share from each other. That is the purpose of this week, but the purpose of tonight's celebration is to make sure that we give thanks to all of the people that have made extraordinary efforts putting themselves forward to make an impact in their communities. Of course, for anybody here who's in the room, I am going to tell you that it is just across the road down here, turn left, at the roundabout, turn right. That is literally it. And I believe there's reception drinks, so that's another excuse to be there. Ladies and gentlemen, it is Social Economy Europe that has been able to wrangle all of that together and has made such an extraordinary effort for the past number of years. I know from myself in the early days of visiting Brussels to not knowing anybody, to being welcomed in to the warm glow of the social economy and all of the actors. I am glad to say that most of those actors are here today, but I think one of our first has been one of our speakers, Victor Messager, who has been extraordinarily friendly to me and our organization. So we deeply appreciate the work of Social Economy Europe. This isn't abstract, this is concrete, and this is real. Of course, everybody has a boss, and the boss of Victor is extraordinary. We are about to welcome up both Victor and his boss, who I will name in a moment. For anybody who is fluent in Spanish, this will be a treat. We have Juan Antonio will be able to speak in Spanish, translating in English for the rest of us mere mortals who don't have that capability or ability will be Victor Messager. So with the proper introduction, and hopefully I have got that right. Ladies and gentlemen, would you please welcome up on stage the President of CEPES, President of Social Economy Europe, Juan Antonio Pedreño, and in interpreting for us today, ladies and gentlemen, with his warm words of wisdom, ladies and gentlemen, the Director of Social Economy Europe. Would you please welcome on stage Victor Messager and Juan Antonio Pedreño. Thank you.
Buenos días. Muchas gracias al Gobierno de Eslovenia, muchas gracias a Tadej y a Nena Dozukov por vuestra invitación a participar en esta conferencia europea y también agradecer a todas las organizaciones que hacen posible esta conferencia europea de economía social.
So good morning, everyone. First of all, thank you to the government of Slovenia. Thank you to Tadej. Thank you to Nena Dozukov for putting this together. It is a pleasure. Thank you also to all the organizations that have co-organized. It is our pleasure to be here with you today.
Hace 6 años, como ha señalado Tadej, el conjunto de todos los Estados miembros de la Unión Europea acordaron promover la economía social en un hito sin precedentes como motor del desarrollo económico y social y tal y como reflejan las conclusiones del Consejo de diciembre de 2015. Un cambio que posibilitó que 6 Estados miembros, España, Italia, Francia, Eslovenia, Eslovaquia y Luxemburgo, crearan un comité de seguimiento, para contribuir a materializar la aportación europea en la economía social. Aquella firma de aquel acuerdo marcó un momento decisivo en la contribución a una mayor cohesión económica, social y territorial europea a través de un apoyo importante de un grupo de gobiernos en la promoción y el desarrollo de la economía social.
Well, 6 years ago, as Tadej was saying, there was a turning point for the social economy. Member states, for the very first time, all member states decided to support social economy, to promote social economy as a key driver for economic and social development in the European Union, as it is reflected and as it is the title of the Council conclusions of 7 December 2015. That was a turning point. This turning point was facilitated, catalyzed by a group of 6 member states, Spain, Luxembourg, France, Italy, Slovakia, and Slovenia, that got together and that subscribed the Luxembourg Declaration to create the Monitoring Committee of Luxembourg Declaration, a group of member states cooperating, exchanging to promote good practices and experiences among them to promote social economy across the European Union, to further develop the social economy across Europe.
Una primera firma del Acuerdo de Luxemburgo, a los que se unieron la Declaración de Bratislava al año siguiente, la Declaración de Ljubljana, 2017, la Declaración de Madrid, posteriormente Maribor y Pact for Impasse y últimamente Toledo y la de Cascais. Una continuidad de declaraciones europeas en favor de la economía social, hasta el punto de que hoy son 19 los Estados miembros de la Unión Europea que han establecido propuestas y acuerdos para promover la economía social en Europa. En definitiva, un reconocimiento para la economía social como agente fundamental de la agenda política e internacional. Y yo creo que además la economía social ha visto en este espacio de tiempo cómo su papel se convierte en un elemento de transformación y sostenibilidad de nuestras sociedades.
That first declaration in Luxembourg was followed by the Bratislava Declaration promoted by the Slovak presidency in 2016, by the Declaration of Ljubljana in 2017 on promoting social economy in Southeast Europe, where Tadej played a key role, by Madrid Declaration in 2017, also followed by Maribor as European Social Economy Capital in 2018, the Manifesto Pact for Impact agreed in Paris, and more recently, Toledo Declaration last year, or Cascais Declaration this year promoted by the Portuguese government. So all those declarations, all those series of declarations are a sort of fil rouge for the social economy. They are the expression of our history and the history of the improvement of the recognition of social economy as a fundamental agent of the European and international public policy. In parallel, the social economy has seen its role consolidated as an essential element for the transformation and sustainability of our societies, for a more just future for everybody and for all the territories of Europe. Today, 19 member states, 19 countries in Toledo came together to support the social economy.
Han sido muchas, en estos años han sido muchas las personas, las organizaciones, las instituciones que han hecho posible que hoy podamos estar hablando en Europa de un ecosistema de economía social. Creo que es el momento de agradecer especialmente a aquellas personas que en 2015, entre los que estaba Tadej y Eslovenia, impulsaron este proceso actual.
So there has been people, there are faces behind this history, people and institutions, and Tadej was among them, Slovenia was among them, and in 2015 they started this path. So it needs to be recognized.
Desde hace muchos años la economía social está promoviendo la transformación de los modelos económicos, está apoyándose en la responsabilidad mutua y está trabajando por la solidaridad y por el planeta, entre personas y entre generaciones, valores esenciales de una forma de crear empresa y hacer una economía centrada en las personas y centrada en el planeta. Valores que incluyen la primacía de la persona, la reinversión de los beneficios, la solidaridad y la contribución activa a la innovación social.
Social economy is about transformation of our economic and entrepreneurial models. It is about mutual responsibility. It is about caring about the planet, solidarity among people and generations as the essential values of this other way of doing business, a different way of doing business, and to make an economy that is at the service of people and the planet. Values that you all know and conform the backbone of our identity as primacy of people and the social objective of our capital, people first, the reinvestment of most profits, or the democratic governance and an economy at the service of the local communities.
Valores y principios que han contribuido a que hoy en Europa haya 2,8 millones de empresas de economía social, 13,6 millones de personas, de trabajadores, y que están contribuyendo a mejorar la calidad de vida y el bienestar de personas y de territorios.
Those values, united around those values, you will find more than 2.8 million enterprises that employ more than 30.6 million people and more than 232 million of members of cooperatives, mutuals, associations, social enterprises, representing more than 8% of the GDP. All of them working to improve welfare, all of them working to improve the quality of life, all of them working to build a better future.
Creo que tenemos que tener la idea de trabajar juntos para seguir avanzando y promoviendo la economía social en el conjunto de todos los países de Europa. Juntos intercambiamos, juntos como hoy proponemos y juntos estamos abriendo nuevos caminos.
We have to work together, colleagues, as we have been done since 2015 and before actually also 2015. Work together to advance together, to work on the dreams that we are working, to exchange, to propose, and to open new paths for the development of the social economy.
Ya lo ha anunciado Olivia Gregoire hace un momento. Estamos a muy pocas semanas de que la Comisión Europea presente su Plan de Acción Europeo de Economía Social. Lo va a hacer el 8 de diciembre de este año. Si todo va según lo planeado. Un plan de acción que tratará de impulsar las condiciones propicias para que la economía social en toda Europa progrese y ayude a los gobiernos a generar más puestos de trabajo y a contribuir a crear una sociedad más justa.
So we are a few weeks ahead of the objective that we all had back in 2015 and even before. As Olivier Grégoire was saying, the Social Economy Action Plan will be presented on the 8th of December 2021, also as Chris said, if everything goes well, right? And the plan is followed. An action plan that will support and boost the social economy across Europe, that will support national and local government to boost social economy, to create more jobs, to create more companies, and to create a fair society.
Un plan de acción en el que Social Economy viene trabajando desde hace muchos años. Ya se hizo un libro blanco de economía social bajo la presidencia de Social Economy de Alain Cohen, y en este plan de acción venimos trabajando desde 2014. Y creo que no va a ser, tenemos que pensar, no va a ser el final de nada, sino que ahora empieza el desarrollo, el crecimiento de la economía social en Europa. Una nueva etapa para llevar al conjunto de las empresas y las entidades de la economía social, cooperativas, mutualidades, sociedades laborales, fundaciones, asociaciones, centros especiales de empleo, empresas de inserción, a trabajar y a conquistar nuevos espacios económicos, industriales y sociales en Europa.
So from Social Economy Europe, not alone, we have been working on this action plan. We have been working on this dream, as we said before, for a long time. Actually, it was during Alain Cohen's presidency that we presented a white paper already with policy proposals to have this action plan. So since 2014, we have been working on that. And now it's going to become a reality. And this is not the end of the path. This is just the beginning. It is the opportunity to jump, the opportunity to scale up, the opportunity to have an ambitious implementation of the action plan. This action plan should bring all social economy enterprise organizations to the next level. Cooperatives, social enterprises, mutuals, labor societies, work integration social enterprises, shelter workshops, associations, foundations, and many other legal forms that exist all over Europe. This is our opportunity to scale up, to go to the next level.
Creo que existe un convencimiento general en Europa de que la economía social es un excelente ejemplo de una economía para las personas. Y creo que es una economía que está contribuyendo a crear una sociedad más justa, más sostenible, más democrática, que está generando una tendencia, un camino hacia un modelo de empresa que tenga en su horizonte los paradigmas de la sostenibilidad económica, social, medioambiental. En definitiva, empresas que creen un impacto social. Empresas comprometidas con los ODS y con la Agenda 2030. Empresas que tienen un compromiso con la sociedad y con el medio ambiente y que, por cierto, han tenido un comportamiento ejemplar durante esta crisis de la pandemia del COVID-19.
So the European Union wants to achieve an economy at the service of people and the planet. That's the social economy, an economy for people, for the planet. Without any doubt, our economy, our enterprises create a more fair society, a more democratic society, one person, one vote, a collective economy, a more sustainable society. We are going towards an enterprise model that has merges the paradigm of economic sustainability, social sustainability, and environmental sustainability. Enterprises that create a social and environmental impact. Engage with the SDGs and the 2030 agenda, and that are an example of engagement with society. And that, as Chris was saying, have had a huge engagement with society and with local communities during the COVID pandemic.
Un plan de acción que tiene que servir de apoyo a los países y a las administraciones públicas de toda Europa que quieran, que deseen desarrollar políticas públicas y legislación para promover la economía social. Un crecimiento sostenible y abordar los retos medioambientales, digitales e industriales para este modelo de empresa. Desde Social Economy queremos trasladar a Eslovenia, a las organizaciones, todo nuestro apoyo. Crear organización, fomentar, crecer en economía social en un país es difícil, pero tenemos los medios para hacerlo, podemos hacerlo. Vais a contar con todo el apoyo que desde la organización Social Economy podamos prestaros para que Eslovenia crezca en ese 1,2% que significa la economía social y pase al 5%, creo recordar que en Luxemburgo Tadej señalaba. Por tanto, contéis con todo nuestro apoyo.
So the action plan should serve, the social economy action plan should serve to support member states, public administrations, social economy sector, to develop more modern public policies, legislation, to support the development of the social economy, to support also the environmental, digital, and industrial transformation of the social economy with an industrial vision. What I want to say is that from social economy, we are next to you, colleagues. What you are doing today is complicated. You have been working for more than 10 years on a dream again, on promoting a social economy ecosystem in Slovenia. And that's not easy. And we know that it's not easy. But count with Social Economy Europe. We are next to you. We will do this together. We will work on this dream together to go beyond this 1.2% of the employment that the ESC set some years ago and reach that day objective, or at least 5% of the working population in Slovenia employed by social economy enterprises.
Un plan de acción que tiene que mejorar nuestra visibilidad, que tiene que mejorar las estadísticas que tenemos a través de una plataforma única europea, que tiene que facilitar el acceso a estudios, a proyectos, a oportunidades y a fondos. Un proyecto en el que además creemos que tiene que fomentarse, y es la creación cada año de una capital europea de la economía social, que nos dé orgullo de pertenencia a la economía social, como ha ocurrido con Maribor hace unos años o ahora con Ljubljana.
So the action plan should serve to promote our visibility through statistics, yes, through a single platform to support social economy enterprises and support entrepreneurs to access opportunities, EU funding opportunities, studies, EU projects, and so on. And a project in which we truly believe, which is the election, the appointment every year of a European social economy capital to boost our visibility, to also generate a collective sentiment of proudness of being part of the social economy, as Maribor did in 2018, and today we are doing here in Ljubljana.
Hoy estamos aquí, en Ljubljana, en la Conferencia Europea de Economía Social. Una conferencia que se celebra tras la de Portugal y próximamente en Estrasburgo, la francesa, 17 y 18 de febrero en Estrasburgo. Pero también estamos aquí para celebrar hoy los primeros premios de la economía social europea, a los que os invitamos esta tarde a participar con nosotros en esos primeros premios que se celebran aquí al lado, en estos primeros premios, donde se han presentado 120 proyectos de toda Europa. Yo creo que estamos en un momento para asumir un reto, y el reto es el de hacer crecer el potencial de la economía social en Europa.
So we are here today in Ljubljana. Before we were in Cascais. Then we will be in Strasbourg as the State Secretary of France invited us on the 17th and 18th of February. But we are here today because tonight we are celebrating the Social Economy Awards. We decided to celebrate the Social Economy Awards here. And we received more than 120 applications from all over the European Union. And you are all invited, as Chris said. Chris will be a magnificent MC. You are all invited to join us tonight in the Digital Hub of Slovenia.
Y finalizo señalando que los próximos meses, quizá los próximos años, van a ser importantes, muy importantes. Y colectivamente tenemos que saber aprovechar el impulso que nos aportan políticas públicas como el Plan de Acción Europeo de Economía Social, la Estrategia Industrial Europea, que identifica a la economía social como uno de los 14 ecosistemas industriales para la recuperación y bajo cuyo paraguas el Plan de Acción irá acompañado de un documento para la transición industrial de la economía social, pero también programas como Next Generation, Fondo Social Europeo, FSE Plus y otros, FEDER y otros.
So to conclude, in the next months, in the next years will be crucial for us. Again, we are in front of a turning point. And collectively, we have to be wise and be able to take the impulsion that public policies, take all the best that public policies as the European Social Economy Action Plan, the European Union Industrial Strategy that identifies the social economy as one of the 14 industrial ecosystems for the recovery. And again, this action plan that will be accompanied with a transition pathways for social economy, a vision for our industrial transformation with an horizon 2030. But also the recovery plans, the Next Generation EU, the other European funds as the InvestEU and the ESF Plus. Let's use that. Let's be wise. Let's be capable of using those instruments.
Nuestra obligación ahora es estar más unidos que nunca, reconociendo nuestra diversidad, pero en torno a objetivos comunes, para que estas ambiciosas propuestas y oportunidades se hagan realidad, para ser uno de los grandes pilares de una recuperación justa, para contribuir a la construcción de una economía al servicio de las personas y del planeta.
Our mission right now is to be more united than ever, to exchange more than ever, recognizing our diversity and our different paths and backgrounds, but sharing common objectives to make those promises, those ambitious promises into a reality, to make our dreams into a reality, to be one of the pillars of a fair recovery and to contribute to building an economy at the service of people and the planet.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much.
And thank you so much. I'm always blown away about the positivity that Social Economy Europe has been able to bring. And I realize that everybody in this room has a hand, act, and part to play in that role. We are at such an exciting time, but at such a pivot. And we are racing to the starting line. The national social plans, social economy plans that we have are to be hung on all of the social economy action plans all across Europe. The more that we can speak together as one united voice all across the continent of Europe, we deeply appreciate all of the work and efforts that goes on with all of the members in the room. Particularly, thank you so much to Social Economy Europe. From two Social Economy Europe members to another Social Economy Europe member, I suppose that is to demonstrate how interconnected all of this is, already spoken about, but to tell us a little bit more about their country, the work that is done so far, not just in Social Economy Europe, but also in their own country. The VP of Social Economy Europe, but also on the European Economic and Social Committee. Ladies and gentlemen, could you please put your hands together for our next speaker, Alain Coher. Thank you very much, Alain.
I need that. Victor, I need you for the French translation. No, I'm joking. Thank you for the Slovenian presidency for this event, and thank you, Tadej. I know that you have a long way with us since so many years, so thank you for all your effort you have made for your country, for Europe. That's great for us. The gradual but not yet certain end of the health crisis, which has now lasted for almost 2 years, lead us to foresee an economic recovery. But this recovery will only be successful if it's by a restructuring of our economy and society. Restoring confidence is essential to stabilize the demand. More attention needs to be paid to the impact of the crisis on inequalities and socioeconomic insecurity. The business environment and the social environment need to be improved. It's also necessary to improve the participation of social partners and civil societies in climate policy and in national recovery and resilience plans, and to carry out a radical reform of fiscal policies. The OECD has just made a major step in this direction. In order to meet the economic, social, and environmental changes we face. Solidarity is the key word in the fight against the crisis. Solidarity with the care providers in hospital and nursing home. Solidarity with workers who do not receive a salary and employers who give up their salaries and bonuses to save their business. The solidarity of governments with the economic but also cultural sectors, as well as with other actors of the civil society which cannot do without assistance. And above all, solidarity between countries, especially with the Union, because the EU member states are so closely linked economically that only a common and united approach to the effect of the crisis will be effective. The emergence of the crisis is therefore necessary to adopt a different combination of policies responses. Managing it well would mean overcoming it together, saving lives and improving the well-being of the society, changing our socio-economic models towards models even more centered on people and the natural world, and stimulating partnership, global support for sustainable development. In this revival, the social economy should play a leading role. It's important to effectively use the Recovery and Resilience Facility and other investment to support economic growth and a resilient society as part of the digital and ecological transition of economy. By improving the quality of the inclusiveness of education and training in order to meet the needs of the learners of all age, of all stages of their learning, to prepare them for life and work, and to ensure that all the workers, as well as the growing number of unemployed people, especially women and young people, have access to training. To preserve the free movement of workers and services, enterprise and companies must be well equipped to manage the development of their sector, fill the skills gaps they face in the context of the digital and ecological transition of industries. Today, it's important to focus on the essential for everyone, supporting business so they can overcome the crisis in order to be able to offer decent jobs, ensure good living and working conditions, equal access to healthcare, food, safe water, air and consumer goods, and thriving natural world as a secure climate for generations to come, and make every effort to ensure that the society is increasingly inclusive and accessible to all, and that our democracies are strong, effective, and able to continue to protect us in difficult times. To achieve this, we must be ambitious and make this the right decision when the time comes. What then of place of the social economy in the EU recovery and reconstruction plans? For France, took 3 examples. For France, the social economy is identified as a potential player in certain projects, but it should be mentioned that it's only mentioned 5 times. 5 times on the document that's 600 pages. It's the same for Spain and Belgium, Madura. 600 pages is the mean. So it's mentioned as eligible for sorting and recycling investment aid. It's very important, the ecological transition. Component 8, safeguarding employment, young people, disability, important. Research, health and dependency, territorial cohesion, that's important. For Belgium, the social economy is mentioned 35 times. Linked with the general objective and the implementation of the European Pillar of Social Rights, quite important, with a focus on equal opportunities. There is a transversal vision of the social economy that emerged through the project presented. Example, labor market inclusion, social innovation, transition, strategic investment aid, digitalization, food revolution, circular governance, experimental gardens and living labs, new model of cooperation. Quite interesting. For Spain, 600 pages, 10 reference to social economy. General declaration, important. Modernize the entire productive fabric and public administration, promote science and innovation, attract investment and talent, and be firmly on the internationalization of growth of SME and work and citoyen and the social economy. Beyond this general declaration, the subject of the social economy can be found under the heading of Global Plan to promote the social economy for the development of an inclusive and sustainable economic fabric. For example, the new public policy, resilience and inclusive labor market, promote vocational training and self-employment and social economy. Women have an enormous potential in the rural world. The program will create work-study training program for the employment of young people. That's quite important and interesting. But there is an important step. CEPES, who Johan Antur is the president, is working closely with the government to have a clear program to support social economy. This is important. We have to make a step further after this recovery plan. But these three countries has a long tradition of social economy. Of course, we can be satisfied with the reference in the EERP, but it's clearly not enough. We need more if we need to change our society. I fear that a lot of countries has no reference in the ERP to social economy. Politicians should trust the social economy actor, organization, enterprise to build the future of our European society. And again, I invite you in February in Strasbourg. The event is co-organized with the ESC, the Committee of the Region, the European Commission, the European Parliament, the French State of Secretary, the social actor of enterprise, and the city of Strasbourg that make a lot of effort to organize this conference. So you are welcome in France in a lot of months. Thank you very much.
Many thanks. Thank you, Alain, for that. And we are delighted that we will have an extraordinary number of events that are coming up. And hopefully, with the abatement of COVID, we will be able to meet more and more in person to discuss these things. Ladies and gentlemen, I realize that we're coming at that point. For those of you that are in the room, might slightly be different to those that are online. Just to tell you that today is extraordinary. There's some brilliant talks that are coming up. The titles of some of them: Reindustrializing Europe, Boosting Collective Entrepreneurship for Just Transitions, particularly at a time coming out of COVID. Really important to have those speakers. Digitalization and platform co-ops. Some extraordinary things happen in the digitization space. Boosting entrepreneurial education and social economy's visibility. I know certainly something that's happening in Ireland at the moment is trying to boost the social economy visibility. Developing a green transition at the service of people. Those are some of the titles of the talks that are happening today. Of course, the major event is going to happen tonight, and I say that because I will be there. For anybody who hasn't already been told, go out the front door, turn left at the roundabout, then turn right. It's the building in front of you. There will be a drinks reception. Ladies and gentlemen, tonight will celebrate some of the most extraordinary social economy organizations and actors from all across Europe. The delight that we have to host some of them, and the unfortunate thing is that we're only allowed to award some prizes. But please do join us tonight online and in person for the Social Economy Europe European Social Economy Awards. We will be looking forward to seeing you there tonight. We are going to take a short break until 11 Slovenian time. For those of us that are online, please do join us. Do remember to tweet if you are joining in. Use ActSE2021 as the hashtag. For those of you in the room, I would ask you to do one thing for me. Please spot somebody that you don't already know. They will be your coffee buddy for the next 20 minutes or so. Please do chat to people that you don't already know. That would be superb. And with that, we will take a break. Thank you so much to all of our speakers this morning, and the day will continue here in Slovenia for the European Social Economy Week. Thank you. Awesome. Well done. Good work.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to this first session of the conference. I'm Dorotea Daniele from the ActSE network, a European network that since 1997 has been supporting social economy and social economy enterprises. And I'm very pleased to be with you, even if just virtually, unfortunately, and also to having being part of the organization of the conference. I have the honor of chairing this first session with many very relevant speakers. Well, the session has a very ambitious title: Reindustrializing Europe, Boosting Collective Entrepreneurship for Just Transition. But maybe it's not so ambitious, because during the crisis, social economy enterprises proved higher resilience facing the pandemic. And again, they have demonstrated their anti-cyclical role in the aftermath of economic shocks, like also previously in the previous crisis. Because by nature, social economy enterprises are locally rooted and fully integrated in the local community. So they are able to maintain a capable industrial basis in Europe. And they are able to respond quickly to new challenges. That's why we believe that social economy enterprises can have an important role in reindustrializing European territories, leveraging on their human capital through collective entrepreneurship. They have demonstrated, not only now, but during their whole history, that they are capable to save jobs and to save enterprises through business transfers to the employee. And we will hear a concrete story of that, but also to create opportunities for all, not only for people at risk of social inclusion, but to all the people, because they can propose competitive business models. And again, in this session, but also in the other session, we will hear very interesting stories. The European Commission has put social economy as one of the 14 industrial ecosystems of the single market. And we are very pleased about that. And we have here, so I would like to welcome here our first speaker from the European Commission, Patrick Klein, who is team leader on social economy at DG GROW at the European Commission. Patrick, you have been working for social economy for many years now. So I have two very important questions for you. From your point of view, what can the social economy bring to the industrial transformation of Europe? And what is the transition pathway? It has been quoted before, but we would like to know a bit more about it. And what does the European Commission want to achieve with it? Patrick, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yes, perfectly. Thanks a lot.
Good morning from Brussels. It's a pleasure to be there with you today. Unfortunately, it is digital, and I hope that next time we will be able to meet physically. Thank you very much, Dorotea. I mean, for your question, talking about the industrial policies that we have. Indeed, Europe is really embarking on a transition toward climate neutrality and digital leadership, and we clearly see a role, for the social economy there. When you look back, those last year, it's true that let's say citizens saw the role of social economy only, as repairing social problems. But this does not match always the needs on the ground. And this is, my first comment. we see that there is this new entrepreneurial vision that is indeed emerging. And I believe, and the European Commission believes that social economy business models can drive the recovery phase, really by inspiring, economic transformation. So it's not only about repairing, it's about transforming, the society, the post-COVID society that we are now currently preparing. We have seen, by the way, that social economy actors can be strong, especially on green and digital transition. For example, on waste management, recycling, local agro-food, sustainable textile. So they are present in the industry, and they can unlock new and innovative industrial value chain. Maybe I would like to mention one example coming from France. This is the pôles territoriaux de coopération économique, which are, let's say, in a nutshell, kind of ecological and social cluster. And this is really an example, and really an excellent example of cross-fertilization. It helps, for example, generate jobs in rural areas, revitalize socially and economically, stricken economic areas. And again, when we look at the decade ahead, the question is whether social economy will cope with the current societal needs, and to reflect on how it will shape technological development. We see a lot of opportunities, but if there are opportunities, there is a strong support that we need to give to them. We need to help those social economy entrepreneurs to work with the industry. We need to accompany them, in the work toward climate neutrality project and digital leadership. On the other hand, I think that if social economy actors are important, we have to take into consideration that what we need to do is really to foster the possibility to, let's say, to be present on the ground, to improve peer learning. And this is exactly what we have to do, and what we have done those last year, especially with with our project, the European Social Economy Region Community. We have more now than 100 regions and cities all over Europe that wants to make social economy and social entrepreneurship really high on the agenda. We are currently building with our colleagues all over the European Commission an action plan on the social economy. And this action plan will be released on the 8th of December. But this action plan will be accompanied by what we call a transition pathway. And this is the second element that is important. We are really committed to help to the industry to be more green, digital, and resilient. And this is why we want, and we have seen that, as you mentioned in your question, that the social economy is really an ecosystem. It's an ecosystem, an industrial ecosystem that is key, to think about industrial transformation, in Europe. And we clearly think that industrial change must not come at the cost of social injustice. We need to think that if we want an industrial transition, we need to think about social justice as well. We need a fair transition to a low carbon economy and into a more digitalized economy. And this is exactly what social economy business models can deliver. This is what we are going to do. As of December, we are going to launch a a reflection document where we want to build with social economy partners what we call transition pathway. We want to co-create transition pathway for industrial ecosystem. We want to reflect how can the social economy actors, work, especially on this green, on this digital transformation. What are the bottlenecks? How to improve, the situation, how to build concrete project on the ground. We need to think about different scenario for the transition pathway, and we want really to launch a discussion with different stakeholders. We are looking forward to receiving input, and the transition pathway will be a key element of this action plan. What we have seen, we have discussed that, especially in Mannheim during the summits in spring this year, during the current roadmap to Mannheim, different questions about digitalization, about greening the industry. And we have seen that the social economy actors can play a role. Now we have to, let's say, walk the talk, and we clearly need to receive, input to build an industry that is sustainable, that is social, and that will leave no one behind. This is, in few words, what I wanted to say. We clearly see a role for the social economy as part of this industrial transition, and we are counting on social economy stakeholders to build clear action with us for this transition pathway. That's in a nutshell what I wanted to tell you this morning.
Thank you very much. Sorry, I had a problem, but because my microphone was not active. really sorry for that. Thank you very much, Patrick, for this presentation. And then really what we retain is this invitation to reflect together on how to build a transition pathway for an industrial ecosystem. I would like to underline, and you already said that, about the importance of reflecting together. So institutions with stakeholders, institutions at different levels, also stakeholders not only at European level, but also at national and local level. This is really crucial, because it's really important that also to have a bottom-up approach, so that we are all able to bring our experience, which is different, but which is complementary. I mentioned also the different level of institutions. We heard about already about the French national level from the ministry, but now we have another, I mean, again, a video message, but a very important message from a city that was just mentioned before, Strasbourg, because Strasbourg will be a very important city for the social economy in the future. It was already. Many of us remember a very important conference in Strasbourg some years ago on the launch of the Social Business Initiative. But now I would like to give the floor to, even if through a video message, to John Barseguian, the mayor of Strasbourg, who was not able to be with us today, but we have here today with us her deputy, Julia Dumay, who will complement the video message of Mrs. Barseguian. So can I please ask the organizers to to put on the video? Thank you.
Mesdames et messieurs les partenaires des institutions européennes, mesdames et messieurs les partenaires de l'économie sociale et solidaire, chers Jérôme d'ESS France et Social Economy Europe qui travaillent si fortement à nos côtés à la co-construction de la manifestation européenne de 2022. C'est un vrai plaisir pour moi de participer à ce sommet européen sur l'économie sociale organisé sous présidence slovène. En effet, à chaque sommet sur l'économie sociale, c'est l'Europe qui fait un pas de plus vers cette économie, lui donne la visibilité qu'elle mérite et ajoute ainsi une pierre à l'édifice de son renforcement. Comme vous le savez, Strasbourg accueillera les 17 et 18 février 2022, sous présidence française de l'Union européenne, une manifestation européenne sur cette thématique. Elle œuvrera ainsi à une reconnaissance encore plus forte de ce secteur, sur lequel elle se distingue par son action depuis de nombreuses années, par son attachement à son développement, notamment du point de vue économique. L'accueil de cette manifestation est le fruit d'un long travail pour le développement de ce que nous nommons en France l'économie sociale et solidaire, l'ESS. L'ESS, à Strasbourg, comme sur de nombreux territoires, s'est illustré durant la crise par ses innovations, sa résilience, son esprit collectif. Nos acteurs ont par exemple su se mobiliser pour s'insérer aux côtés des industriels qui pouvaient le faire dans la fabrication et la distribution de masques. Cette action, mais je pourrais en citer d'autres, a interrogé nos collectivités sur la réindustrialisation de ces territoires. Dans l'ESS, elle a posé la question des filières, que, je dois dire, nous n'avions pas forcément à l'esprit avant la crise. Cette question s'est posée collectivement, aux collectivités, aux acteurs, aux réseaux. Aujourd'hui, avec l'impulsion que la ville et l'Eurométropole de Strasbourg, en charge du développement économique du territoire, souhaitent donner à l'ESS, avec notamment l'objectif de doubler le nombre d'emplois dans l'ESS, nous travaillons à faire émerger des filières, soit dans l'ESS, soit en maillant l'ESS avec des entreprises industrielles classiques. La première filière qui nous préoccupe, car elle croise l'urgence sociale comme l'urgence environnementale, c'est la rénovation énergétique. Pour cela, les partenaires de l'ESS, nos collectivités, mais aussi des artisans, comme de grandes entreprises, se mettent autour de la table pour lancer ce que nous appelons en France un pôle territorial de coopération économique, un PTCE. Ce pôle se déploiera autour de 4 axes de travail prioritaires. Premier axe, rendre cette filière de rénovation énergétique attractive en montrant la diversité des métiers qu'elle propose et les qualifications de tout niveau qu'elle est en mesure de mettre en œuvre. Deuxième axe, créer les nouvelles filières de formation permettant de doter le territoire des compétences pour répondre aux besoins constatés en emploi pour tout public et tout niveau de qualification. Troisième axe, construire un écosystème permettant à chacun, artisan, acteur de l'ESS, grand groupe du bâtiment, de trouver sa place dans les opérations de rénovation énergétique. Et quatrième axe, mettre en œuvre une stratégie opérationnelle et viable économiquement autour de l'économie circulaire dans les futures opérations de réhabilitation, articulées autour du réemploi et ou du recyclage des matériaux. Je pourrais chercher d'autres exemples. Je constate que vous aurez une présentation tout à l'heure des coopératives d'activité et d'emploi. Cet exemple est intéressant car les CAE permettent un développement de l'esprit entrepreneurial et aussi de la coopération. J'espère que cette thématique de la réindustrialisation pourra être présente sous l'égide du commissaire européen Thierry Breton dans le cadre de la manifestation européenne que nous organisons en 2022 aux côtés du commissaire Nicolas Schmit, du Comité économique et social européen, de l'intergroupe économie sociale du Parlement européen, du Comité des régions et bien sûr des acteurs et réseaux de l'économie sociale européenne. Afin de pouvoir y travailler ensemble, je laisse Julia Dumais, mon adjointe en charge des relations européennes et internationales, présenter plus en détail la manifestation, ses enjeux et ses avancées. Mesdames et messieurs les partenaires,
hello to all. I hope you can see my presentation. So I'm Julia Dumais, and I would like to complete this wonderful video of our mayor who explained all the importance we give to the social economy in Strasbourg. I would like to stress and invite you to our event that will be held in February 2022 during the French presidency of the EU. It was already mentioned, this is not new to Strasbourg, that we are active on the European level. There was already a very important event in 2014 with more than 2,000 participants, 50% of entrepreneurs, and 80 different nationalities, so not just European. The city was also active these last years in a European program called Bustino. And in 2019, we were nominated European Capital of Social Economy. The partners of the event in 2022, you can see them on the slide. The mayor already mentioned a few. So there's a lot of people involved in planning this wonderful event. Let me say a few words about the objectives of the event. So it will be really a major European event during the French presidency. It will be responding to the challenges of the European Commission, the EESC, the French state, the intergroup of the European Parliament, entrepreneurs, and territories. It will be very accessible, so to all European countries, not just the EU. We're also working with the Council of Europe, so it will be the large European continent, and with a special emphasis on young people and young entrepreneurs. It's very important that this event will be linked really to citizens in Strasbourg, but also in other cities. And we aim and already are building the event with all the stakeholders in this field. And of course, the event will be 100% SSE event. So yeah, it's also one of our important goals. Let me talk quickly about the content of the event. So it will be mainly articulated around 4 topics. So the important parts, of course, networking, so to facilitate meetings between all participants. And very important moment is the presentation of the action plan of the European on social economy of the European Commission. As it is being held during the French presidency, it will be also a moment where the French state can communicate about France's priorities. And it's also a moment where we want to inform all the participants about the possibilities that exist of European programs funding different projects. Of course, as you all know, Strasbourg is the European capital. So we will be holding events in such venues as the Parliament, your Parliament, but also the Council of Europe, then of course the Strasbourg Congress Center. And we also plan to cross the Rhine River. As you know, Strasbourg is just on the border to Germany, so we would also like to connect the event and have a trans-border dimension to this event. So the current state of planning the event, of course, it's already quite advanced because February is coming quickly. As I said, it's on the 17th and 18th February. It has the French presidency label, and it's an event that's being co-constructed with the actors, and especially during a SSE council meeting on September 15th. And we will especially work on, during this meeting, the program of the event, also the program of field visits. As I said, how to mobilize young actors, and on the link with citizens. So the next steps until February are, of course, to work on the partnerships. There's already a lot of partners on board, but it's really important part of the event that it should be co-constructed. And there will be different steering committees that will be that are already meeting regularly, but that will be meeting also. There's one meeting this afternoon and one on October 14th. And of course, we will be entering in contact for those who wish in the meantime, until the event will happen. And last but not least, the very important information today is that we are publishing a call for actors, networks, and institutions in mid-October, so very soon, for different contributions, such as conferences, workshops, and stands. So you are all invited to Strasbourg in February 22, and we are looking forward to meet you and to discuss this important topic with you. And for all questions that you might have, you can contact Sandra Guillemin, who some of you already know, I'm sure. So here's her email address if you have some questions. So that was quite quick, but I know you have a full program, so that's why it was a quick presentation. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Julia. And quick but very interesting. We all retained the main information, and of course we will hear about it in the next months. So just 2 days, February and also mid-October, to present your ideas about workshop stands, because as it was said, it's really important to contribute to the organization of this conference. Now, time is flying and we still have quite a number of speakers. So I would like to go to our next speakers, who is Giuseppe Guerini, who is the spokesperson of the social economy category at the European Social and Economic Committee. But he is also president of CECOP, the Confederation of Industrial and Service Cooperatives. But last but not least, he has a long history as a cooperator, as social entrepreneur on the field. So we are really very much interested to hear your point of view from your different perspectives on how collective entrepreneurship can really boost industrial transformation in Europe.
Thank you.
Giuseppe, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much for the invitation, and thank you for introducing me, dear Dorothea. I'm very happy to be here this morning, and I will be the first reflection is the year 2021 might be remembered as the European Year of the Social Economy. It is not only because there have been many initiatives promoted by the European institution on social economy, including, for example, the European Council dedicated to the European Pillar of Social Rights. This is also the year in which, as the title of this conference reminds us, the future of the European social economy will be redesigned for a just, green and digital recovery, with 4 major strategic actions for the future of Europe. The first one is the new Green Deal for the ecological transition and the new fight against climate change. The second, the European strategy for the digital transition. Third, the single market that work for people and enterprises. And the fourth, the new updated industrial strategy in Europe. I believe that in the context of these 4 main strategies, social economy enterprises can have an important role to play in each of them. In the coming year, the reindustrialization of the Europe will necessarily have to consider the value that inspired the social economy: sustainability, social responsibility, solidarity, resilience, participation, inclusiveness, diversity, democracy, and social justice. The first confirmation of this approach can be found in the awareness that we need. Sustainability is not just a matter for ecology and the green economy, but means taking care for our future by finding the development model capable to converting the course of the global economy and politics. It is essential that the 2 major priorities to which the European Union is committed to promote the transition to green economy and the activity for European leadership in digital innovation are put in the same level of attention as the social dimension to promote a truly concept of social pillar. For this reason, in the new industrial strategy and the new economic model in Europe, we must push simultaneously on 3 pillars: technological innovation, green economy, and social justice. Social economy is increasingly recognized as a decisive and important economic actor capable to expressing the transformative capacity of organizing civil society with the entrepreneurial dimension and this propensity to generate economic value and produces community services. The role of the social economy enterprise can play in making the new form of entrepreneurship, for example, through digital platform for made more inclusive digital economy. Then the social economy organization, first of all cooperative, can make the participation of worker and user more sustainable and shared, developing a new form of mutuality and solidarity. For this reason, social economy organization need to acquire skill and capacity to exploit the potential of digital technology, to facilitate the horizontal distribution of power and enable accessible, decentralized, and transparent form of collective participation. We need a new form to think about digital economy and manage our data. Data is becoming strategic, also for social economy. We must take the opportunity offered by the European Commission recent Data Governance Act initiative, which especially mentioned data cooperative and non-profit organization for altruistic data management. I think that is an exceptional way of to working for social economy organization to promote a democratization of digital economy. We need to be able to embrace emerging technology as starting point to address their potential to ensure a human-centered approach in the future industrial strategy. putting basic human need and interest at the center of the production process and the topic of value chain. Technology today allows us to adapt the production process to need and skill of worker, and not longer as in past to force the worker to adapt to the new technology. This open a very important space, for example, for the employment inclusion for disabled or disadvantaged people, for social economy organization. These are very important to promote fundamental right and the human dignity for people. The single market in the European context is if it is function with respect for the people, we must to be able to combine the principle of competition with that of solidarity and social responsibility. Competition without social dimension is just the law of the strongest. This is the main reason why I will insist that the European institution and the member state recognize the role of the social economy as a key player in reshaping and making a European single market and this development model increasingly fair and sustainable to safeguarding the European political democracy and the European economic democracy. I believe that to give new impetus for social economy, to construction for a more resilient and inclusive Europe, we need a specific support and promotion policy. And we need that these policies should be adopted in 4 areas: taxation, investment, public procurement policy, and innovation. We welcome the Commission proposal to update the European industrial strategy in the 14 ecosystems identified in the work plan. We find many spaces where the social economy can make proposal, but above all, we are enthusiastic that on this 13 ecosystem is precisely that of the proximity and the social economy. But we are ready to make a full contribution also in the culture and the creative enterprises ecosystem, on sustainable tourism, in the health sector, and in everything that has to do with education, training, and social services. Therefore, I'm convinced that with their presence in the community and in the European productive ecosystem, social economy organization remind us every day that it's possible to remote inequality, to put democracy at the heart of the economic and political architecture of the European Union. I believe that it's time for intergenerational responsibility at all levels. It is time to look beyond the immediate horizon. It is time to stop the extractive development model that has produced too many inequality and poverty. It is time to bring the principle of the social economy to economic institution and policy maker. It is time to build a more social, more innovative and greener Europe, a new Europe without inequality. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I wish you a good conference today and tomorrow. Thank you very much, Dorothea.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Giuseppe. And thank you very much for reminding us well, first of all, the values of the social economy. We have been talking about the perspectives of the economic role, but the values are, of course, very, very important. We maybe sometimes we give them for granted because for us it's normal. We have been working the social economy forever, so those values are embedded in our companies and in our life. But it's really, really important to remind them and also to valorize them and to communicate them to the general public. You also mentioned how social economy can create new forms of digital economy. Actually, there are several examples of that, and this gives me the opportunity to present our next speaker, who is Florent Lassaou, who is manager of Astrolab, a cooperative of activity and employment. We now go on as I said before at the beginning, we now have 3 presentations of 3 concrete examples of how cooperatives can be successful, how can be successful in the industrial transformation. Cooperative activity and employment are a typical French model. It has been quoted also by the mayor of Strasbourg, but it could be also transferred and used in other countries. So we think that Florence has a very interesting story to tell us from France. The floor is yours.
Yes, hello, thank you. I'll try to share my screen because I have a quick presentation. I'll try to keep the 8 minutes schedule. Let's see. Okay. So you should see my screen now. It's a nice picture of Brittany, by the way, while waiting. So yeah, thank you for giving me a bit of time to explain our kind of maybe not as known as expected model, but it's growing fast and it's becoming more and more popular. So it's a good alternative to a lot of other models. So I will talk now about the cooperative of entrepreneur, which is called in French CAE for Coopérative d'activité et d'entrepreneur. We are specialized in digital technologies, and my name is Florent Lassaou. So let's move forward to tell you a bit more about what I was about to talk about. So what is a CAE? Then I will talk about why creating one, what do we do, and the next steps, the future. We are members of cooperative institute or association to promote this model, as you can see in the logos behind. Cooperative of entrepreneur is not an oxymoron. We are really independent in our work, but we collaborate in a shared company. This is why I directly explained it for the first titles. So a bit of history. The first cooperative of entrepreneurs have been founded around 2000. And then it has been clarified with an official law in 2014, what we so-called ESS law in France. So basically, we have all our own activity, including myself, even if, of course, we can share part of it with other members. We can have also common activities. And the company takes care of all the legal aspects. And so that the entrepreneur can focus on their own projects. So with taking care of so we take care of the tools. We also take care of a lot of many other things I will develop a bit later. But we also share values: cooperation, human first, and emancipation. This includes sharing the power. We have a corporate shared governance. We are also members of a lot of different organizations in relation with our values. So the Free Software Foundation, other CAE promotion and cooperation. Here on the picture, you can see the event we have every year with all other CAE in the south of France. It's a very great moment to share practices, to promote our model and to discuss with our peers. we consider as a new answer to classical work limits. We can see that, and especially after the COVID, that people are looking more and more for meaningful work, autonomy, but at the same time, which is not so easy, social protection. And this is what exactly we do in the CAE. We do all of this. Of course, because it's a very short introduction, don't hesitate to contact me later on so that I can explain you in more details what we do and how we can do that, because it looks a bit strange at the beginning. So let me explain why creating a new cooperative. Of course, this is not simple. This is a very great challenge and very rewarding, even if this takes time, energy, and generate, of course, some stress. So a bit of my life, sorry for that. I used to work in a research lab in the past, but it was very interesting, but no much opportunities. Then I work in a consultant company, but let's say I'm not the kind of person to be managed by a person who doesn't know my job. So I decided to go freelance and get my own company. I was doing fine in terms of customers, money and all, but I needed something more. I needed to share with people. I needed to contribute to the commons. So when I was in vacation in Iceland, as you can see on the picture, I'm on a, and sorry for the Icelanders, Svinafellsjökuls glacier. I was reading the book, which you can see the picture here from the group Economist Atterré. Basically is a groups of which is critical about the neoliberal economy, and they propose a new concept. And in this book, I discovered the CAE. When I discovered this, I told myself that this is something very interesting, and I looked into this CAE, which already exists, and none of them was focused on digital technology, which I come from myself because I'm a developer. So then I met with the co-founders, Vincent and Clara, who became the co-creators of the company later on. Now we have some specificities. As you can see on the picture, we are located in Brittany, so it's northwest of France, even if we have members all across France. We have been created in mid-2019, but the real beginning was in 2020. So we are only 18 members yet. So it's a very small company and very new, but we are growing fast. So we are specialized in digital domain, where most CAE are hosting very various activity like baker, coaching, whatever. So we considered that it was interesting to create a specialized CAE for hosting those kind of work. So we share a lot of things. So tools, insurance, best practices, advice, customers, even sometimes customers, as you can see, even if it's not always easy. And of course, the most important, we share values. So we have other specificity. So we do internal R&D projects. So we used to work, for instance, on a wind potential measurement system together with some engineers inside the CAE based on modified weather balloon. We also contribute on an integration showcase of embedded system, a Linux pinball game. We support and are involved in many associations to bring our values and our vision further than our own CAE. So we are involved in free software movement, Creative Commons, and data protection. Here you can see we also do follow the green IT principle and try to help our customers to follow them as well. So we consider GDPR as the most advanced legislation in the world yet about data protection, conveys a key principle, which is privacy by design and by default. So it's a very good opportunity for European actors and especially the free, libre, open source software project, because the privacy is part of the community DNA. So now, what is the future? So Astrolab keeps growing. We think that we are not yet, of course, reach our maximum. then we have to discuss with the members anyway to decide what is the maximum. But we have also some difficulties to reach the parity, since there is a lot more male engineers. So we want to work on this by changing the image. So this is why I put some spotlights on Ada Lovelace, which is considered, so she's an English mathematician and writer from the 19th century, and she's considered to be the first creator of the algorithm. So we know that entrepreneur cooperative sometimes is not the best solution to make a product or important service, which require lots of investment. So in some cases, we help some people to create new cooperative company to host this activity. So we accompany, we give potentially some money and some time and some advice. So there is, of course, already some cooperation, but we want to increase this to make social economy stronger. So promote ethical and European alternative to big tech. So we expect next year, instead of using Zoom and YouTube, that we can use Jitsi, which is a good alternative, and stream this on PeerTube. And this could be hosted by European company from social economy. Thank you for your attention. And if you have questions, don't hesitate to contact me. I'm really free to answer to your question. And also because I know that this model is quite complex, so maybe this will require more discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Florent. Yes, of course, it was just a small, a short presentation, but I think very effective, just to give an idea of what's going on in France and what kind of models can be also proposed for the future, also in other European countries. Now we will go to a completely different story. We will go to Italy with Andrea Signoretti, who is the president of Cooperative Gazzotti 18. Cooperative Gazzotti 18, okay, has a very long history, and because it's a cooperative created through a workers' buyout. So the transformation of an enterprise into a cooperative. This model has been existing for many, many years, at least in Italy, in France, and in Spain. And it's a very interesting model that still works very well, even in difficult periods, periods of crisis, and should be promoted again. Well, it has been quoted. It is present in many documents of the European Commission. So we really hope that attention will be paid to it also in the next in the action plan and in the next programs for industrialization. So, Andrea, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Dorothea, and thank you all to give me the chance to present the experience of my and my colleague last 3 years. That's for us has been a very important and challenging experience. I will use some slides just to have a route to follow and to describe our experience. Starting from what we are and what we have been. We have been, I mean, the brand Gazzotti have been a brand of flooring manufacturer that started in Bologna, North Italy, more than 100 years ago. The brand had a long story, a story of success, a story that lasted until more or less 2010, when a crisis had a bad influence on the story of the company. And the last years, that was end of 2017, beginning of 2018, is summarized, and very quickly I can say that in March 2018, the old Gazzotti company filed to bankruptcy. And in this period, we had started the project with a group of all the employers of the previous company to continue the activity. And that was what we did in October 2018, when we founded Gazzotti 18 Società Cooperativa, and at the end of October 2018, when we bought from the Court of Bologna the brand, the plant, and the stock of the previous Gazzotti SPA. How we did it? We did it, I always say, with a little bit of good madness, but first of all, due to the fact that we came in contact with Legacoop. Legacoop gave us the experience and the knowledge that a group of workers with good motivation, with strong will, with the attitude for sacrifices could do what we did. Especially our thanks are to Legacoop Bologna, our thanks are to Legacoop Industria e Servizi, which were the two main realities we got in contact with, and they gave us the knowledge, they gave us the team to support us to prepare the industrial planning, but first of all, to give us the possibility to know and to understand that it was important, our group, it was important to form this group, it was important to try to understand that we were changing our lives. But on the other side, there were, first of all, legal instrument. In Italy, we have this Legge Marcora that was established exactly to help operation like the one we did in terms of workers' buyout. And there are also institutional bodies like CFE. Of course, I don't stop and describe what CFE is, but it's important to know that there are these institutions, Coop Fond, Coperfidi. These are all the institutional bodies that can help workers buyout like the ones we did. And it's after 3 years, I can say it's strange to have understood that all this institution and legal instrument are not so well known in Italy. So I should remark that one of the first and most important things to take care about is to give the maximum advertising, the maximum way of knowledge to people that these things exist. We often know very well what do not work, but if there are things that are working, it's important to know them, because other way we always say always that things are impossible, but if you meet the right people, things many times can be done. This is what I was saying before, this is the team. These are the group of 18. We call ourselves Gazzotti 18 because we are 18. It was 2018. So 18, we hope it should be our magical number. Of course, nobody knows that after that, COVID-19 was waiting for us, but this is another story. We are very proud of our 18. And then we started. We started knowing very well this was given me from my sons, but it's very true that we had to change, and it means that we have to change ourselves first of all. We were changing to be regular workers, going to be multitasking workers, to have two hats, one hat of worker and one hat of owner of the company, and with all the responsibility connected to that. We are all owners. I always say to anybody that anyone is calling in our company, he will find an owner responding to the phone. And this is something that we have never to forget, because it's part of our lives. And the good part of these things, and we have all had to know that there are many things to do in the company. So every one of us is learning every day to do something different, to do multiple tasks, to get multiple skills. And for me, that I am the oldest, unfortunately, of the company, is a great pride to see the other people growing day by day. And people who were working in production now is answering to customer in commercial department, and they are every day taking more responsibility and more consciousness that they can do more than what they were doing before. This is really, really, really the better part that do not compensate 100% all the sacrifices and all the efforts and all the difficulties that we have to face every day. But I think it's a good thing. And while we are changing ourselves, we have always to also to understand we can change our way of business, because now we are a small company, a company of 18 people that is not more the previous company that was a more than 100 employers company with a different turnover, with a different place on the market. Now we have to think about the way to get back to the market with a small company. And therefore, our way of doing business is to be completely different, because if we repeat the same mistakes of the past, the result will be the same of the past. What we are going to be in now and in the future, a more export-oriented company, because Italian market is so confused that we have to find new customer abroad. We had the luck to maintain many of the previous customers, and this is why our turnover is now more than 65% abroad. Just to give you a figure, we started in 2019 with 1.8 million turnover, more or less. We closed 2020 with about 3.2 million in the year of the COVID. So it was a good result, also because the final economic result was a substantial balance. And we think we can be around 5 million euros this year. So a good growth. We are not on the safe side of the river. We still have to work to put the company in a safe position, but step by step, day by day, I think we can arrive. These are some of our intention to, first of all, to maintain the value of our made in Italy. We are producer, we want to remain producer. To be producer is the reason why we did what we did. Therefore, new projects with suggestion to designers and to customization of our products. And this is probably also in line with the actual view to a sustainable way of doing business is the world of wood recovering. We are workers recovered, so wood recovering is something that is similar to our situation. The world of the wood is at the beginning of this way of use the wood. Of course, we are still also at the beginning, but is another example of doing different things to have different results. Wood recover means to use all the woods and give to these woods a second life in different ways. That can be floors, that can be tables, that can be also the recovering of Venetian bricole. Bricole is the pole that are in the Venetian lagoon. I have been going very quickly, probably afraid to the risk of using too much time. I don't know, Dorothea, if I was in time. If you have more questions, please ask. And if some of the auditors has also questions, they can contact me anytime. And it would be a pleasure for me to share our experience and to stimulate more experience like what we did. I don't know in the rest of Europe. I know that in Italy there are a lot of discussions about workers' buyout. I think it's a good way to save historical realities, but what we really need, what probably my colleague really need, is to have the fundamental information, because many things are not done just due to the fact that it's difficult to have information and to have a support, because the initial support is something that you must have, because nobody of us, nobody of the 18 people of Gazzotti 18 knew anything about workers' buyout until mid-2017. Therefore, if we didn't meet Lega Coop, we didn't have even the idea that we could do what we did. Thank you very much, and hope to meet you again. And please ask for any information you could need in the near future.
Thank you very much, Andrea. Thank you very much for this very effective testimony. Of course, it was quick, but it was really a testimony to show that collective entrepreneurship, workers' buyout, can work. Of course, while you mentioned support is needed, the framework, a legal framework is probably needed. You mentioned Lega Coop. Lega Coop is our members. As yes, we are also being supporting and facilitating the exchange of experiences on this topic about different countries. CCOP is also working at European level to promote workers' buyout and transformation into cooperatives. So the context is there. Now I would like to give the floor to our, well, of course, last but not least speaker, Vasilis Sofiadellis, who is a founder of Changemakers Lab. An innovation lab who is promoting is promoting and proposing solutions for inclusive and sustainable local economic development in starting from the Greek island of Lesbos, but working all over, but with a perspective in the whole Europe. Vasily, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much, Dorothea. It's always a pleasure and honor to be actively involved in social economy events. I always feel inspired by listening to the different speakers that I always find are purpose-driven. So it's a pleasure and honor to be here, and thanks to all the organizers for making this possible. I'm particularly passionate about the topic as well, reindustrializing Europe and boosting collective entrepreneurs for just transitions. We've seen through COVID access to health tech solutions and even ed tech solutions, schools closing down, and yet governments were using platforms to enable education. There's over 2 million healthcare apps alone, but many of these apps don't make it into the market. So and similarly for educational technologies, I'm hoping through this presentation to showcase how entrepreneurship and partnerships that can enable these solutions for this, can enable this transition. So I'm Vasilis Sofiadelis, I'm the founder of Changemakers Lab. We're a social innovation network. We focus and advocate on skills and social tech entrepreneurship as tools for empowerment, integration that can help solve social challenges. The vision is for Lesbos to be a humanitarian tech hub where we can test, pilot, and implement a living lab, if you like, of leading technologies. For those of you that may not know, we focus on building community and the ecosystem, advocating around the digital technologies and raising awareness about asylum seekers and policies that can support both digital skills and social tech entrepreneurship. And we also run a virtual entrepreneurship program and support design thereof. In 2015, we went to Lesbos to help build tech solutions that can help solve some of the challenges for asylum seekers. So we held hackathons over a period of a year. We created some solutions, but the difficulty again was the market access. So whilst people were developing innovative solutions that could address some of the challenges, the last mile, if you like, and especially when it involves social impactful solutions, you need, be it NGOs and or government, that help take it into the market. So two key challenges for all entrepreneurs actually is access to market and funding. It's a lot more challenging in the impact space because your person that's going to help you take to the market is government and or NGOs. So those partnerships need to be developed more, I guess. So the solutions that we propose for these and so just to say on Lesbos, we've not been as successful as we would have hoped to help scale the solutions. And I want just to add one quick point. One of the thoughts was, anyway, so let me go back to the solutions that we suggest is social impact tech accelerator programs that are supported by diverse stakeholders that can help take those solutions into the market. Our suggestion is to use co-working spaces. Those are spaces and creative hubs. It's spaces where innovative entrepreneurs are working from. And what they're again missing is the last mile. So how can that community be enabled by governments and other civil society organizations? At the same time, we believe that co-working spaces can be key platforms to offer digital skills that can help empower people. So programs through co-working spaces. And lastly, as well, through co-working spaces to use that community to engage with on the Conference on the Future of Europe, where we can showcase and highlight some of the leading solutions that either come through the accelerator programs and that are working within cities that we can accelerate to other areas. From our perspective, as we mentioned, unlocking access to funding is a key challenge, and again, accelerator programs would enable that. So if you've got 10 projects within an accelerator program that you're giving support to, and you have the top 2 or 3 that you can showcase, and then work together of how we can scale these across the region. And as mentioned, funding is one thing, but I think the collaboration and strategic partnerships to get the market access is the key area. And also during this process, we feel it's important to help build trust in society by solving important problems. With the co-working spaces, having the diverse partnerships that can support those solutions and or programs by having the public service, the public sector supporting it, having impact investors offer the initial seed funding and or matched by public services, development agencies, corporates in terms of corporate social responsibility, and then the workshops and events that can help scale those solutions. From our perspective, in 2017, we worked with SAP and several universities where we did digital skills training. We first introduced it to the locals, and then the locals introduced it to asylum seekers, and that really helped take away part of the fear and create a win-win of empowerment. We also ran an incubation project. We had 20 locals, students, and 5 refugees that worked together in 2017. And it was the transformation that took place from people that were hesitant to meet with refugees. I would argue to say that it was more important the fact that they worked together versus the actual solutions that came out of that. Through that process, we took 3 of our projects to CERN, and we've been advocating for those type of projects to take place at co-working spaces across Europe. Our Changemaker Summit, we've been holding a summit over the last 5 years on Europe Day, where we showcase some of the technologies and try to bring the different stakeholders together to identify and hold workshops of how we can help scale those solutions. Those are the different summits we've held. And then one point that I want to mention is about refugees. I think it's really important through the co-working spaces that we have dialogues and help change the narrative. I think there's a lot of misinformation around asylum seekers in this graph, specifically showcasing how many asylum seekers arrived between 2015 and 2016. And the number is almost 0, and yet people are still fearful. And people in co-working spaces as communities would be key to integrate these people, asylum seekers and refugees, into our societies. And I think that the social economy could play a key role in enabling that. I kept this photo here of the Karatepe camp, the municipal center. Again, mentioning where locals didn't want to interact with refugees, they, through these programs of digital skills and social entrepreneurship, they became, well, friends. And again, we have events where we can allow people to share their thoughts and their stories so that people can get to know them better. And so the ask is for us through, as a network, to be able to build bridges between communities and help accelerate and scale tech solutions in one region that work into other regions. And one of the last points that I'd like to mention is from a reindustrialization perspective, African tech solutions are leapfrogging European ones. And I think is a big opportunity for us to be able to help scale African tech solutions into Europe that can help solve some of the challenges. Yeah, that's all. And thank you very much for listening, and pleasure to be part of the discussions. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Vasily, for this very interesting and inspiring, for sharing us with your inspiring experience. I think it's really important. You mentioned refugees. You mentioned again digitalization, which is of course an important topic for the future, and which will also be the main topic of next session. I think that well, it's lunchtime. We are 5 minutes late. I hope that you will forgive me for that. But I think that the presentation were all very, very, very relevant. I've been asked to share the presentation. I'm sure that they will be put on the website of the conference, or will be sent by mail to all the participants. So you all have at least some more details and the contact of the speakers. Again, I would like to thank you very much, all the speakers that were here for this first session, and of course all the participants. I guess that it's lunchtime for most of us. Well, either in Slovenia, and for all of us who are online, either in the offices or at home. And so I give you the appointment at 1:30 for session number 2 on digitalization and platform talks. Thank you again.
Hello.
Good afternoon. My name is Tadej Slapnik, and I will be moderating session number 2, digitalization and platform cooperatives. Welcome to all participants on the first day of Social Economy Week in hybrid edition here from Ljubljana. As it was in the program, we will have some distinguished speaker today with us, speakers, panelists. The first one, Mr. Karel van der Porten, Mr. Gianluca Pastorelli, Mr. Henrik Leschly, and Thomas Brisbart and Gabriela Martin from Social Good Accelerator. Hello, I hope all panelists also join us. The goal of our session today is that we will try to focus on whatever, why, how, and to what extent the integration of digital platforms and advanced technologies like AI, Internet of Things, big data, distributed ledger technologies may affect the design and the delivery of new and more better social and societal impact by the social economy. So we will start with Mr. Karel van der Porten presentation, where Karel, I would like to ask you to introduce us a lot of relevant activities and projects on the field of digitalization and platform COPs that are going on European level, but of course from the viewpoint of European Commission. Please, Karel.
Thank you very much, Tadej. Can you hear me well?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Thank you very much for the invitation, and congrats for this till now already very interesting conference. I have listened this morning with great interest to the already very rich agenda. And of course, this topic today is of course very close to our joint hearts, let's say. I know that you're really a pioneer in digitization as a general approach of social economy, but more specifically your great experience in promoting blockchain as a tool, a new technology, for example, for social economy business models. So that is already an excellent starting point for this Slovenian conference on social economy. If I take back a step to the policy priorities and the policy context, I don't need to tell you that we are, of course, now in the full and last line towards the social economy action plan. I don't need to tell you that this will be published in the course of December. Probably, and I'm pretty sure that my colleagues this morning have also introduced the connection with the transition pathway for the ecosystem on proximity and social economy, where the digital aspect together with the green aspect will be very important. We need to, when considering digital technology and especially platforms, we always need to take a step back because this sounds, of course, a very interesting and pragmatic solutions for the many business model experiences and cases that are out there in social economy. However, these type of solutions are not feasible, let's say, if I may say, for the majority of social economy organizations. So we need to make them catch up first. As it was already highlighted in the speech, the State of the Union of our President, Mrs. von der Leyen, digital skills are really crucial. And that is not only the ability to advance technology development, the ability to implement very, let's say, complex technology applications in the business model. That is also, and definitely in small businesses, such as the ones in the social economy, just basic digital ability to use certain tools, basic tools to more advanced. So I always need to start with that, let's say, crucial focus point, because whatever nice experiences that we will see in this session, whatever let's say innovative capacity exists within the social economy, for a very big amount of social economy enterprises, those type of applications are not feasible, and that is really important to work on that and to support them through that. There are several ways how to deal with that, and I'm pretty sure that other speakers like Luca, Jean, will highlight the role of intermediaries, for example. What do I mean by intermediaries? These are
what we call technology enablers from the social economy that are used to support social economy organizations in their digital uptake. This is on the one hand, of course, on skills, but also on the other hand, by developing specific technology that supports and that is more suitable, more fitted to social economy business models. It will not be a surprise for you that many of those technologies are developed in a decentralized manner. Social economy is by definition a decentralized business model. They scale in decentralized manner. The cooperative movement is a very strong example of that. We can refer to Strawberry, copy paste, etc., a Strawberry model, grow, or scale pathways. So this should also be somehow translated within the technology that is applied. Therefore, a grow path, just like traditional platforms, is not something that is usually happening in a social economy, let's say, business trajectory. It's rather duplicating, copying, adapting to a new context of a similar technology, but always taking account of the local usually, but also the business specificities. So that is a very important point. And those digital enablers are, of course, crucial to do that, because if there need to be adaptation, if there need to be a certain fitting to a certain local context, but also a different digital need or uptake, that is the position they can offer. Beside the skills, they can also support in developing and adapting enterprises themselves. So the low-code technology, for example, is a very interesting example of that, or zero-code movement, where people like you and me that have a very basic digital background can manage very simple applications, for example, to develop a certain e-commerce, to set up a digital identity, a website, an application, and so on, without having the need to have data or coding skills. A second point, and that is referred to in my last phrase, is the need to make sure that social economy is more aware about the data they create and how to manage that. I think I also highlighted it at the latest DSS conference of the seeding project. Social economy is not used generally to use its own data that it generates en masse and to process that, to manage that, but also again in the philosophy and in the way that social economy is operating business. So that means with respect for the individual client, with respect for the society in an open and transparent manner, but also respecting privacy. I think that is something we really need to work on, to empower social economy and also to spread the certain code of conduct that are already present within social economy businesses that already use data management, that convert data and big data, that use that to end and to develop new business models based on the data they collect. And so there are definitely pioneers, but this is a very, let's say, a limited amount of enterprises doing so. And there, of course, we come to applications such as the blockchain, where we have seen, thanks to the work of Tadej and Nena, excellent business cases, but these need to be scaled. These need to be more shared across Europe to make sure that individual enterprises have access to certain technology based on DLT, for example, but also are supported in applying those, because we cannot expect from every individual business to be able to apply a certain technology such as DLT. I think my time is already to an end. I could go on for probably an hour, but these are, let's say, the main messages that I keep on repeating, but those are very crucial, and we really would like to go more in discussion with you after the Social Economy Action Plan is published, because the transition pathway is actually exactly what this is aiming for, to go into a conversation with stakeholders, with experts on the digital and on the green transition, to see to what extent cooperative platforms, but also other type of social economy platforms, collaborative platforms, community platforms, crowdfunding platforms, the practice of crowdsourcing, you name it. There are so many interesting practices embedded within these digital enablers, but also individual enterprises, that we could go in conversation how to spread and how to duplicate these decentral organized technology platforms across the social economy and also across the whole of Europe. So I'm really looking forward actually to go in that discussion with you and to see how we can further stimulate this. I want to thank you, and I hope that I stayed within the time, but I'm looking forward to share some more observations later on. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you a lot, Karl, for your presentation. And thank you all also that you connected partly to the great job that the ACES network was working in previous years on a particular field. Here I would like to, of course, ask Gianluca Pastorelli to, from one point of view, explain us how you are discovering and how you are mapping such initiatives already existing in the field of social economy on one side, but on the other side also to present some really concrete projects that are either led, either coordinated by the ACES and its members on concrete field of, let's say, boosting and also integrating some digital solution into social economy enterprises. So please, Luca, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much today, and thank you, Karel. It's great to see you back again on this topic because yeah, I remember we started some years ago, and then especially focusing on blockchain and DLTs. What I'm going to present today is well, the state of the art from our perspective at the ACES network in some projects, especially on the research side. And then I will try to quickly outline some conclusions, some directions that from our observatory could be useful. And I think that we are very much aligned with what Karel was saying before. And so I'll try to share my presentation now. I have a few slides that I will use just for supporting and to give you some basis of okay. It's okay, good. So, well, ACES is now a global ecosystem for social economy, and we are there since almost 25 years. The next year we will celebrate 20 years, and the connection with the digital transition are very much at the heart of our work. And we are also members of the Platform Cooperative Consortium, and we are global partnering with them in supporting training and support to the creation of new cooperatives platform. But what I wanted to show you today quickly are the results of some projects. One is was quickly mentioned by Karel before, and it's a first project focusing on the dimension of the digital social economy, what we call that. So platforms, digital solution from the social economy using social economy business model. And essentially the field that now is covered by the European Pillar for Social Rights. So there is this is the name of the project. You can check on the website the result. The project is coming to an end now. And we have found a lot of case studies, and we selected 21 very concrete examples on how digital social economy solutions are able to tackle the decent work problem, the employment part, essentially bringing the social economy business model into the very heart of the European Pillar for Social Rights. There are some policy recommendations that have been shared a couple of weeks ago in Brussels, and then you find videos and stories and so on. What are some takeaways from this project? Exploring all these solutions, we have two challenges ahead of us. One challenge is the fact that very often social economy is not acknowledged and recognized within the classic structure of social dialogue and industrial relations at national level. There is not at a European level, only in few countries, we are recognized as real social partners. And this is a challenge for us. This is one of the job to do. And this is also useful for social economy if we are recognized in all the countries to bring better the potential, to unleash our potential in delivering good solutions for unemployed, youth employment, and decent work. And this is very much related to the platforms. We know how much and to what extent and how many platforms have been created all over the world, because it's a global phenomenon, exactly for that purpose, as a counter effect to the Uberization, for instance, or the exploiting of workers in some sectors, or we remember also, it's not so à la page today, but a few years ago, the so-called sharing economy was very popular. But after a first enthusiastic phase, we discovered that it was not so sharing model. It was essentially a centralized profit model. And here again, social economy is offering good solutions, good examples. But I must admit that Karel was right on some points, and I will tell you more later. So we have very good examples, very good practices, but there is a but. So also on our website, you can find this research that has been published by Syriac some months ago. And it's a quite comprehensive study focusing on what we call the digital social economy. I go quickly here because you can read the whole study and you can download it and read it. So there are the classic characteristics, and that's exactly today where our dialogue started in 2017, I guess, because we noticed together that there are very, very strong commonalities between the cooperative and social economy business model and the distributed ledger technology. So this is blockchain. This is not only blockchain, but the DLT. But we can go far, and we see how digital social economy companies and innovation have some characteristic. I go quickly, just to, if you check the study, you will find a number of cases analyzed on these 4 areas, and then some takeaways. The digital social economy puts the user at the center, and at the same time, the sustainability. So then we have a problem here because for our people, for our community, sometimes it's a very difficult deal with the devil, and because we need and the blockchain is a very good example on that, because the real money in blockchain is trust, and social economy is based on trust, essentially, on trust among people, among users, among working members, etc. So there are a lot of commonalities, but this is a big challenge for us because, as Karel was correctly pointing out before, digital social economy solutions nevertheless have to use solutions and technologies that have been developed by the very profit sector. And we know we are talking about Google, Amazon, and so on. So then what happens with the digital social economy? Exactly the same that happens with all the businesses in the Europe and the world. And then we are now at the very heart of one issue that Karel was mentioning before, that most of the social economy, social and solidarity economy organizations are small scale examples. I agree, but not totally, because social economy is not only made by small organizations. Nevertheless, for the digital uptake, its digital social economy is made of small and sometimes not interconnected organizations. So essentially, we have a lot of things to do on scalability, because to really unleash our potential, we need to scale up. This is especially true for the digital social economy, but I think it may be true for all the sectors in which a social economy is involved. I just mentioned the skills and the creativity and so on, because this is another big challenge, or Karel already pointed out this. Then, looking at the present and the future, what is the next step and the next stop for us, but I think also for the sector? Now, we realize that we need to scale up. We need to scale up, and we have a big potential for so many good social economy organizations involved in the digital transition. But we need not only to upskill and scale up, but another big opportunity is, it's more a necessity than an opportunity, I guess, to have more interoperability. Before I was mentioning the fact that even though we are using social economy business model very often, most of the time, 90% we are using technologies that are conceived by other profit organizations. And so the value and the money and the profit always go to the big players, big platforms. Let's remember that in the platform economy, 97% of the turnover and the profit goes to the United States. It's centralized in the United States, and Europe is few percentage point. So we need to change that, and we need to find a way for social economy organization to have a real interoperable and scalable social economy digital-driven ecosystem. We are exploring that in the research and with some take-up action. I just mentioned a couple that are starting now. One is a research paper with cross-cutting ideas and examples, bridging EU with Canada and the United States, exactly on this topic of an interoperable digital social economy, because there are already examples that we can put together. And this is run in the framework of one OECD funded project named SILK. It's one of the 6 peer learning partnership. For those who will be there tomorrow in the afternoon, where we will have this global social economy session, Antonella Noia from the OECD will present the program. And then there is a second one, this is a research paper, and the second one is a concrete project that is starting now with some French partners. And here we are developing a digital social economy tools, and with also a training program in France. I think I stop here. So if we have time later on, I will be happy to share more ideas and reflections. But this is our next step and the stop of my presentation as well today. Thank you very much for inviting us. And I regret very much not being able to join you live in person.
Thank you, Luca, for your presentation, and also thank you to DASIS as a really powerful supporter and a partner with organizing the conference that we have today and all Social Economy Week. And also thank you for highlighting some of the most important issues, also mentioning the interoperability. And here I would connect this to maybe inform the audience about one important European project, which is going on now for more than 1 year, so-called Eurocloud initiative through Gaia X project, where the future European data infrastructure is being built, and where really a lot of potentials are for conventional, but also I would like to highlight for the companies from the field of social economy. Last week, in the same location, Slovenia hosted a matchmaking event of the European cluster that is being built among various companies from now already 12 European member states, where actually the companies are being invited by the European Commission and the member states to cooperate in building European data infrastructure. But also it was great to see that not only conventional companies participating in this initiative. It was really nice to see that, for example, Mondragon Cooperative is really active in this in building this cluster. But I would like to call to action also some smaller social economy companies to engage and to, of course, include the solutions of platform cooperatives also in the future European Eurocloud. But to see from the perspective now of one concrete cooperative, which is already walking the talk on the field of utilizing the digital tools on the market, I would like to ask the next speaker, Mr. Henrik Leslie, CEO of Digital Distribution Cooperative, to explain us how he and his colleagues in your cooperative are actually using all the potentials of digital tools, but also monetizing them on the market. Please, Henrik.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. I would like to thank for participating here. I have to say I feel like coming home, because working in this very digital world that we do, the business world, not many people talks about cooperatives and social economy. So I'm very pleased to be here. I'll give you a short presentation. This is a very concrete example. So there's not much theory behind, but it's how do we make the music business work? And I maybe start saying that this cooperative thought have changed the music business today in Denmark, where every second release comes through this company that I'll present for you. Yeah, is it going through? Yeah, it is digital distribution called Digity in short.
Not yet. We don't see the presentation yet.
You don't see it?
No. Can you try to do one?
Yeah, I'll try to share my screen. Share screen too. There.
Now we see.
Now you see.
Okay. Thank you.
Very nice. Very nice. Yeah, it's Digity. I have a background as an engineer, and I actually have a master in blockchain. But I started out in the middle of the 90s doing what you call it, communities on the internet. This is an app from 1996. So I've been around some while, but with the internet coming, the music business went this way very fast. Around 2000, the CD sales stopped, and my old friend came to me and said, Jens Roed said, Henrik, you destroyed the music business. You have to repair it again. You made the internet, now repair the music business. And I actually myself had a background in the music business in the early days. So we started thinking, what should we do? Because it's not that music doesn't have any values. All these companies that you see here, they are billions and billions of dollars worth. But they are all dependent of content. If you have a Google search on music and you saw this result, you can see Google has no value at all if there was no content on the internet. But as mentioned, all the money goes to the platform and nothing goes to the content creators. So the idea was to, of course, to try to remove some middlemen in this on this internet. What I learned and we learned was that communication drives the traffic. That means that chat, Facebook chat, email, that's the way to get traffic to a website. But if you want to earn money, you need content. It is content that creates value on the internet. So we saw we saw very much content distribution like some kind of water supply or electricity network, like roads and airspace. It is necessary for a country to have this and for a people, and therefore it was natural for us to say it should be controlled by the people too. And you must remember, this is not water, it is content, it is meanings, it is words. And this is important because I love free speech. So this is not like water or roads. It is fundamental for the democracy that the internet is owned and controlled by the people in one way or the other. So who should own it? And we, of course, went directly to the Minister of Culture in Denmark and had a personal meeting for an hour. And he was very enthusiastic about this project. But being a conservative, he came back a month later and said, well, we rather wait for private enterprises to start this up. That kind of destroyed the idea. So we started thinking, maybe it's good it was not the state that owned the internet, because this is the state too. And I mean, in Denmark, we have a pretty stable democracy, but we should only go some few years back. We had another democracy in Germany that was disrupted, and only a couple of 100 years ago, we had no democracy in Denmark. So who should own it then? How can the people own a business? And then, of course, we look back in the Danish history about the cooperatives that formed the agriculture business in Denmark, and it's still owned by cooperatives in Denmark. 1,000 of people are hired in these cooperatives. So we copied the idea. It was very simple. So in 2003, we created the Creatives Independent Corporation. Later on, we called it DIGITY. And we are, from the beginning, we were working for a new solution in the world as it is, because waiting for somebody to change the rules so we could get ahead, I don't think that's the right way to do. It's too slow. We have to build a solution that is better than the others. We can't compete in legislation. We can compete in making better solutions. So that's what we tried to work out for the music business. And it seems to work, actually. This is the growth in numbers of shareholders. When you buy a share for 135 euro, you get access to our platforms. And in that way, with close to 6,000 shareholders from all over the world, but mainly Denmark, we got the funding for developing constantly. And this is more like the money-wise, that's what people are interested in. They are not interested in cooperatives. They are interested in how much do I earn. And as you can see, it's a very compact figure, but the green one is the gross, and the light green is what we pay out from the gross revenue. And as you can see too, the operating costs are pretty constant, even the economy is exploding as it is. So in short, it is 100% owned by the creators in equal shares with one vote each, as it should be. Even the Jens Rude and we, the founders, have only one share, and that's how it is. So I can get fired tomorrow if it was. There are 6,000 shareholders today, very close to. Next week, we'll pass the 6,000 shareholders. And this has really made a change in Denmark. As I mentioned, every second release comes through this company. But also in Ghana, for instance, we have one shareholder that every month receives payment that equals 18 or 20 full-time employees. So it does make a change this way we do it. And what we do is we distribute 100,000 tracks, music tracks. Right now we are distributing, of course, to Spotify, iTunes, Amazon, and YouTube, and everybody else in the world. And you could say this is the enemy, but with this layer at top of, we can share 50% of what Spotify gets goes directly to the content creators. So that way we have removed a lot of the middlemen, but still working on removing even more. And we are generating right now 2 million euro a year, but we are doubling the earnings year by year right now. And then we are paying out, and that's the important thing, about 93% of the turnover to the shareholders. And that's the whole idea of making a cooperative, to be able to pay out as much as possible. And then at last, which is maybe the most interesting about this, we are building new platforms. And this is an example, our latest release, which is it's a crowdfunding platform, but you pay monthly to support one or more artists or bands or whatever. So it is not possible to right now to make a new all-you-can-eat music service, but it is possible to take one by one and make this the most important place for the musicians to be. So that's what we try right now. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Henrik, for these wonderful presentations. Believe me, I have many questions that I would like to ask.
Yes,
Unfortunately,
I think I can stop sharing the screen. That would be nice.
We don't have the time, but definitely I will reach out to you, but also all other participants today will be able to do so. Now
More than welcome.
Yeah, now to conclude with our panelists, I would like to ask him to give the floor to Gabriela Martin and Thomas Brisbart to present the work being done by Social Good Accelerator. I don't know if Gabriela is already with us. Otherwise, I would like to ask Tom to take the floor, please.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, thank you, Tadej, for this introduction. Thank you also to the other panelists for the initiatives you described and you presented, because it really echoes to what we are doing actually at the Social Good Accelerator and to what we want to promote. So I want to start actually to present first like kind of like why I decided to go in that field, in this area, because to be honest, for me, digital is not also like Karel said, it's not my big can I say, I don't have any such knowledge in coding or stuff or whatsoever. So that's why a few years ago, like many of my generation who enrolled in an academic degree, I decided to study abroad, as part of the Erasmus program, but in Estonia. And so there, you know, like everyone, you make new discoveries, new friends, local food, etc. And you can also discover in such experience particularly interesting single national features. And I guess most of you can guess about this country what it was. And it was really there that I realized the place the digital has within the structure of the state. So of course, I'm not here to depict the aspect that this country has to offer, even if I could for hours actually, but no, I wanted to tell you that because this experience really made me realize how big was the potential of digital technologies to solve an enormous, innumerable number of issues. So for instance, from fighting inequalities to enhancing democracies, all of us here, I guess we know that social tech has an unquestioned potential now to deal with such matters. And so with this sensibilization to make this digitalization quicker, better, and fairer, that's why I decided to join, and we work together at the Social Good Accelerator for this purpose. Because with the modest means we have, but this huge ambition, our association, founded 3 years ago, aims to bring digital and social sectors together. And to do so, the SOGA, the short nickname for the association, wants to create a digital commons to help social economy organizations to improve their skills and so their action. And the last common we had in date was the Social Tech Atlas. So this atlas is actually a map, an open source map built with a no-code app, in which we aim to do. I mean, we can't say we have reached that so far, but we aim to gather social organizations that bring together the digital structures that help and offer services to social economy organization and vice versa. And so when you go on our page on this website about the Social Tech Atlas, you can discover, for instance, in which country you can find several stakeholders that could have same visions as you, also some relevant one with whom you would like to build a project. And that's what we really want to do with this digital common that we built freely and openly, because that's really what we think we are missing in social economy, is that social economy sector doesn't really talk enough to the digital one, and especially to the open source digital one. And so but our action here indeed is not only focused on mapping social tech organizations, even if it was the last big project. We also want to focus on digital acculturation and training. And that's really the reason why we propose a cycle of webinars also called the Social Tech Academy, because as Karel said at the beginning, that's really true, that we believe that the digital skills are really crucial. And social economy, I think, can only work with initiatives such as a cooperative, or also with this bridge that we want to build. And so that's why we conceived a peer-to-peer open source democratic and practical digital acculturation program for economy stakeholders that are focused in their digital transition. Because digital technology, I think, is seen as a civilizing process that brings about the emergence of new social norms and leads to fluid access to information and freedom of expression. And a true evolution and true marker of a time, I think, that is digital technology is everyone's concern. And to this extent, it must be closely linked to the field of social utility in order to serve the common good. So until now, our way to help people getting to know about social tech was limited to webinars. And so that's why from now on, we want to see the project as a platform, an online platform of resources on the digital professions and jobs of social economy and social tech, to also to push people to go in this sphere, in this field, and in this sector, because I think there's so much potential in that, and that it will be a key sector for the future economies. And so through this digital common, our objective is to provide the keys to open the doors of orientation in the digital transformation of social economy. And so this new project, for instance, will propose the promotion of social economy first, because through these online training courses, we want to promote the digital solutions of social economy for or those favored by its members. And thus, we would like to allow a better understanding of the challenges and potential of the digital transition. Second, it's about, of course, citizenship and digital equality, because we really firmly believe that digital is the business of all of us, of all citizens and organizations, and that it has to be opened, and that we believe that digital acculturation is a major social issue for social economy organizations, which are the real transmission belts, how we can call that, towards the most digitally isolated public. And third, also, of course, it's this point of upskilling, which is really the core of our talk today, and continuing education, because through such a program, we really thought of okay, we want to increase the skills of social economy employees and volunteers, as well as young educates, for instance, And so what we have to do is to offer them a portal for orientation and discovery of the digital professions of the social economy, and by orienting them towards those key areas for the digital transformation of the social economy. And so by co-creating this digital common among many of others, of course, we know that we are very several of that, and that's really also the purpose of such project, that how we could work. We really want just to illustrate that that bringing together digital and social sectors, it's actually more than possible. It is really needed. Thank you.
Thank you, Thomas. Do we maybe have your colleague Gabriela with us?
Yes, Gabriela joined us here.
Then Gabriela, if you are with us, please, if you can compliment your colleague, but have in mind that you will use 2 or 3 minutes maximum. Please, Gabriela.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon from Paris. I'm Gabriela Martin, and I'm vice. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Now we will probably also see you.
I'm vice chair committed with the social economy, social good accelerator, and within social economy in Paris, in France, since 2006, and within Europe since 2008. What is the point today? The point today is maybe in order to add some comments to the speech of Thomas, who presented how to bring together and how to develop digital commons. I must say that I presume that all the participants can share on some kind of diagnosis of the situation today. There is a variety of situation of digital issues within the social economy. And I'd like to underline 2 points within this diagnosis. Maybe we can share points of view after within a discussion. There's part of unequal access to digital fundings, and there is a big divide, a digital divide concerning players of social economy and traditional actors. So we are all concerned right now. We could see, and we could work within the COVID situation and crisis, and we can say that we feel concerned, even if we are not working in big enterprises or whatever. Social economy needs more skills in order to push managers or to push all employees in order to drive the digital transition. Our vision, the vision of the social good accelerator, is that we want to bring together, Thomas said, digital and social actor. But what for? Our main point is that we believe in social cohesion, and this is our main issue. If even social, even territorial cohesion, in somehow, this is a democratic issue. If we believe that we can bring together actors and to build to move this gap. So this is our vision, and we are putting forward in order to put forward our activities. One of them is the atlas that have been mentioned by Thomas. We are based in 2 principles, and this I will finish with this. So developing common goods and common digital goods, and bringing digital and social actors together. So based on these 2 principles, our activities and our actions are trying to give some answers to the lack of resources and unequal access, to the lack of supply coupled to a cultural issues, and to a lack of skills in social economy. So to do that, we are raising these points within the lobbying action, some kind of lobbying action through the European players, the European Union. But I wanted just to underline those three key points: our vision, because we are all concerned within democracy societies or democratic societies, our key principles, which are developing digital commons on existing platforms, and in order to give some answers to the three lack of access, the lack of supply, and the lack of skills of the social economy actors. Thank you for your attention, and we can answer all the questions you may raise and you may share with us after.
Thank you, Gabriela. Thank you to all the panelists. Unfortunately, we are out of time. That's why for some questions that they are appearing, please also to the panelists, if you can, and if you will get the questions through the chat, if you can take your time and answer them through the chat. Really, thank you a lot for all your presentations, for all your work that you are working on. You many times also mentioned education, and this is the also high line of the next session, boosting entrepreneurial education and social economy visibility. That it will be presented and moderated by Victor Mesiguer, Director of Social Economy Europe. Please, Victor, take the floor, and I would like also to ask the panelists to prepare themselves for the session number 3. Thank you a lot.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Tadej. And thanks also to our panelists. Okay, colleagues, so we are having a long day of exchanges, right? Let's try to have some fun. And I think that the topic allows to have some fun. It is about visibility, it's about getting people excited about becoming social economy entrepreneurs, that people know that there is not only one way of doing business, that there is a diversity and that they can choose various ways, and how this is done in various EU countries. This is what we are trying to do. And to start with, it is in French, so you will understand little, but I would like to share a video that has been done by the Walloon government, so by the Belgian regional government of Wallonia, in cooperation with the social economy sector, to call particularly to young people to become social economy entrepreneurs, trying to connect to their values. Can we please put the video, colleagues? Thank you.
De quel monde voulez-vous? Vous ne le savez pas exactement. Vous ne voulez plus d'une économie qui déraille, de cet égoïsme à l'infini. Vous ne croyez plus aux solutions miracles. Et si on vous en glissait une de solutions? L'économie sociale. L'économie sociale, c'est consommer sans flinguer son éthique, entreprendre en militant, faire du bénéf, mais du bénéf pour tous. Dans l'économie sociale, on veut une société plus juste, cohérente et durable. Une économie au service de l'humain et pas le contraire. L'économie sociale, notre futur, justement.
So this is the campaign by the Belgian government. It has been all over the place for some months. There is a true cooperative and social economy boom in particularly in Belgium, all over Europe, but particularly in the Francophone region of Belgium. So basically what you have in the video is connecting with the values, our future, but fairly. Let's empower ourselves. Let's be protagonists. They are talking about the diversity of forms of the social economy, this alliance that is so complicated to form, but so useful when we do it. So they are talking about associations that are providing social services. They are talking about cooperatives. So we are seeing workers together, becoming entrepreneurs together, worker-owned cooperatives to a certain extent. They are talking about consuming more ethically, about also having less intermediaries and having a say in building our house. together and according to our needs, or buying the products, the agricultural product that we believe are ethical, like the first cooperative, right? In the history, the first modern cooperative, Rochdale, in the UK, that was about having honest food at honest prices in the middle of the Industrial Revolution. Okay, so I will shut up now for a bit because I am not the protagonist of the roundtable, and I would like to say hi to the other panelists in the roundtable. So we have with us Luigi Martignetti. Luigi, can you say hi?
Hello, everybody.
Hello, Luigi. We also have Rowan Barnett from google.org. Hello, Rowan. Do you hear us? Maybe not yet, okay. We also have Viteke Dupin from Euclid Network. Viteke, are you with us? Hello, Viteke. Doesn't seem so, but Luigi is amazing. He can keep you alive for a long time. He has interesting things to share. And do we have Eduardo Pedroso from Casas? Hello, Eduardo. Not yet. Okay, so they are joining. Okay, little by little. Luigi, so REPS Network, he will present REPS Network better than myself because he's the Secretary General and he has been for a long time. REPS is a European network, is a member of Social Economy Europe. If I am not wrong, almost a funding member or almost a funding member. It is the European network of cities and regions for the social economy. So not the social economy itself, but local authorities engage with the promotion of the social economy, local and regional authorities that strongly support social economy. And his network, REPS, the network that of which he is Secretary General, is leading a very cool project called CoopCamp, about cooperative education in schools, about teaching kids to become entrepreneurs, but together. Teaching kids to how to solve collective issues together. So Luigi, can you let us know a bit more about that project? And I think that you will also share a video at some point.
I start with video, actually, if you allow me.
Of course. Luigi.
Yeah.
You have to, when you share the screen, you have to share with sound, because if not, we will not hear it.
Wait. I actually did, but obviously it didn't work. So I do something different. If you give me just a second.
No problem.
I will go in the traditional way, that is with a presentation. Actually, Victor Meseguet has been already introducing us. We are the European Network of Cities and Regions for Social Economy. That is the network of local partnerships between social economy and public authorities. We've been around for 25 years now. And through this CoopCamp project, we decided to put our hand into the machine of education, and we didn't get art, and this is the first news. Actually, since we started our work, we always heard that it's very difficult to transfer social economy values and social economy know-how into the traditional educational system. So thanks to a support, a program co-financed by DG GROW at the European Commission, we have been working in order to elaborate a blended learning path promoting education on cooperatives. We've been focusing mainly on cooperatives, and you will understand in a minute why we have been focusing on cooperatives. But what is important and what I would like to share and to tell you before we start is that we have been carrying out this experimentation with some of the most amazing regional federation of social economy and cooperatives from Spain, from Italy, from Belgium, from Sweden, and from Poland. And in addition to this, we had a partnership with University of Rome Tor Vergata, who was the technical partner who allowed us to re-elaborate the discourse on cooperatives, on the importance of creating cooperatives And we have been working on essentially on 3 dimensions. First of all, a narrative about cooperatives. Narrative about cooperatives, what does it mean? It means having the right language. We do not need to build the contents. The cooperative message or the cooperative values are very strong. They don't need to be helped. They are very strong, and they are very much in line with the way of thinking of pupils, which means of young persons. Where the problem may lie, or we had the impression may lie, is into how this is presented. So the first step we have been doing was to elaborate a cooperative narrative using a language, as I will say later, that was understandable by pupils, but also by teachers. Because one of the point, one of the issue we always hear about education in cooperative is that cooperatives are not very present into school curricula. And actually we couldn't find any evidence of this. I mean, we couldn't find any study saying that we cannot find cooperative or social economy related educational path into school curricula. So what we did, we have been surveying a number of schools in these regions, in these 5 countries, 92 to be precise, in order to understand what the real situation was. And actually, we had a confirmation on the basis of concrete data that cooperative, with the big exception of cooperative schools in Murcia in Spain, but they are cooperative schools. In all the other cases, we didn't have any reference to cooperative, but not only to cooperatives as an enterprise, but also to cooperation or cooperative learning processes. Very hardly we could find some relationship with the Entrecomp from the European Commission, but we were faced with an approach to learning and to education that was very traditional. So second point we had to deal with was the creation of a learning process made of the narrative on one hand, but made of also a blended approach between traditional frontal teaching and gamified teaching. And I connect also a bit with what we heard about digital in the previous session. Actually, well, I have to say that this project was carried out between March 2020 and August 2021, which means exactly in the pandemic period. So we had to deal also with this, with the fact that the schools were not used to alternative ways of teaching instead of frontal teaching. So we had to find a way to get people familiar with the idea of gamification and with the idea of using digital tools. It was said before, and we had a lot of resistance, I must say, not from the side of social economy, but from the side of schools. So it's not only social economy, the one that is a bit resisting to the digital era. We have this also in schools. So what we have been trying is to generate a gamified approach that could be delivered on a digital platform. We have been choosing Moodle in order to have an open platform. Moodle exists since 1999, but we have been using this because this instrument should be free for use for everybody, and it is free for use for everybody. By the way, the characters you see here are characters taken out of this learning path. We had some key concepts. First of all, I already anticipate bringing a cooperative approach into narrative register familiar to pupils. What does it mean? That we, instead of using kind of just traditional teaching, we have been using a language that was taken out of games, of video games, for instance, and melted with Walt Disney narrative register, but also with serious. Our pupils are very used to this kind of language, but also very used to the process, to the narrative process that goes hand in hand with this. That is, different steps, different challenges, adventures, etc. So we have been developing this kind of approach, developing a story based on cooperative values, a story where cooperative values operate concretely into a real life, simulated real life situation. Then we had to we decided to integrate frontal, gamified, and experiential learning system, because the game can help pupils to go through a process, but at a certain point, we also need to have frontal training. What was difficult was to find the right moment where to have this frontal approach with this frontal training. But in this sense, also the experience from video games have been helping us, because it was quite easy to identify like 7 challenges connected with the cooperative values, and at the end of each challenge to think of some frontal exercises that could be done together with pupils in a cooperative way, so that they could learn a bit more about the use of values at work, cooperative values at work. And the last point was the experiential learning system. That is to say, going concretely, entering concretely into internships, into cooperative, into enterprises, because at the end of the day, it's good to have a virtual learning, but it's also good to see how does it work concretely in the real world. The fourth key concept was to focus on skills specific to cooperative enterprise model. We were not really interested in teaching or in helping schools to elaborate educational path on how to manage an enterprise. We were interested in helping learning how to manage a cooperative. So we've been focusing mainly on soft skills related to that. That is, on the model of governance that is typical for cooperatives, but also for social economy enterprises that need to be also obviously participatory and democratic in themselves. So we have been focusing very much on this. And the last point, the last key concept was to make this tool available to all. All this we have done. Now the project as a project is over, but everything is still running and it exists for the use of everybody. What results? In terms of results, sometimes it's also good to give some numbers. We had 75 schools involved at different stages of the project. We had 171 learning group created among pupils. 171 in 18 months is a good number of experiences. And then we had more than 220 pupils participating in the courses. Actually, there were more than 300, but these are the 220 who have been evaluating, answering to a survey to evaluate this instrument. So we were particularly happy to have these kind of numbers. And one of the things they could put into this evaluation was free expression. And here I've been putting some words by the pupil, and these are very interesting to me. These are persons like aged between 14 and 16 mainly. In my opinion, there are two groups to focus on: people who understand the benefits of interdependence and people who don't. Another one said, although I started a bit hesitant, I changed my mind. I think that this experience can teach a lot to the students who have the opportunity to participate. It was a good experience because I learned many things about cooperative in a different way. And the last one is my preferred one of these 4 I reported, very funny. Because at the end of the day, education should be also a fun experience, so that you can learn by doing something you like, you love. My far remind memories of school was boring. So if someone say that learning is very fun, I feel personally happy, I must say. Obviously, we haven't finished. There are still things to do. First of all, we have to increase differentiation of learning path by age groups. For instance, the kind of narrative we've been elaborating, and when I say the narrative, I refer to the structure of the story, is very good up until 16, 17 years old. Over, we have to change the language, and this has to be kept in mind. And also the tools, I mean, the exercises, the participatory exercises that we've been carrying out elaborating for this narrative have to be adapted to different age groups. But the real challenge on which we really need some help from all the institutions, starting from local authorities, and this is why REV did this exercise, why a network of public authorities elaborated this project and carried out this project, but also from state level, because this is very much dependent on the way a school system is organized. We have to incorporate the method and the content into school curriculum on a permanent basis, because this we did during 18 months. We have a number of schools, 21. We will continue with this experience, but 21 is a good number, but it's not enough. So we should try to embed this kind of model into curricula in a permanent way. So finally, COP Camp, as I was saying, is something that we have been elaborating and we deliver to the community. So you can go on copcamp.eu or copcamptool.eu if you want to start, and please enjoy from myself and from all the participants in this fantastic experience. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Luigi. So what a cool project. I mean, educating young students into social economy entrepreneurship. Everyone is now talking about entrepreneurial education, right? And at a very young age, because it is obvious that the world is more complex than it was. Not everybody is going to be an employee. We have the rise of self-employment, we have the rise of entrepreneurship. So we all need to know not only how to be traditional employees, but also how to be entrepreneurs. How to be both things, how to be more, the labor market is to a certain extent, it has changed, it's more aggressive, it changes more every day, so we cannot be in our comfort zone forever. Entrepreneurial education is important, and it's highly important to teach students that there is more than one way of doing business. By the way, Luigi did this presentation in front of our president, who is also the president of UCOERM, so the Union of Student Co-ops of the region of Murcia, because as he said, many schools in Spain, many public schools are actually co-ops. So they deliver a public service, but the owners of the school are teachers that are delivering public education. So basically, to make it short, but it's a cool story, democracy came, there was no schools everywhere. Democracy wanted to universalize education to arrive to any part of the country. Money was scarce, so they told teachers, you build a school, I will give a contract with you, a 30 years contract, and you will deliver education. So today, many schools in Spain are co-ops, and they are teaching cooperative entrepreneurship. And by the way, for instance, we know I come from the same region that Juan Antonio. It's a small region, 1.5 million. So in part, thanks to have this strong basis of cooperative schools, now every year, the regional organization of co-ops creates more than 100 cooperatives, more than 120 every year in a very small region of 1.5 million people. And this happens also elsewhere, huge cooperative schools also in Catalonia, by the way. Okay, colleagues, so very happy to see you now. We started some minutes before it was foreseen, so you jumped a bit late. I'm sorry for that. It was not your fault. It's not that you jumped late, it's that we started early. I'm now going to, so I mean, as you have seen, Luigi has given this very cool presentation about cooperative education, social economy education schools. Before we were showing a campaign by the Belgian government to promote social economy entrepreneurship, particularly among the youth. And now I'm turning to Rowan Barnett from Google.org. Google.org, guys, in a social economy conference. That's very cool to have you with us. So Rowan, tell us a bit of what do you do at Google.org to support social economy, to support social economy entrepreneurs. What are your vision about the role of social economy in this recovery moment, and to ensure that the recovery is fair, inclusive, and that we actually build back better, as we are saying the whole day. Rowan, the floor is yours.
Thanks so much, and you know, a real pleasure to be here and to be talking with you. Yes, so I'm Rowan Barnett, and I lead Google.org, Google's philanthropy in Europe, Middle East, and Africa. And you know, Vic, you posed a lot of different questions there, but yeah, perhaps I'll start with a bit of background about Google.org and how we're supporting the social economy. So really, the essence of our work and our mission and our approach is to help nonprofits and social innovators solve some of the biggest social challenges and provide opportunity for underserved communities. And the way we do that is by bringing the best of Google to support them. That means combining over $300 million in funding each year with over $2 billion in products and ad grants to accelerate their impact, and hundreds of thousands of hours of technical expertise to leverage technology to achieve their mission. Now, we've focused a lot of resources in supporting social enterprises individually in the past, whether that's creating tech solutions to help the most vulnerable people access digital skills or find good jobs, thinking about Chance and Bay's Impact in France, or Skill Lab in Netherlands, who actually I was delighted to see are nominated for the EU Social Economy Awards. And social enterprises also leveraging tech and AI that we've been supporting to tackle crisis solutions in Europe. And thinking there of grantees like Climate Farmers in Germany and Dark Matter Laboratories. And I think through all that, certainly seeing close up how social enterprises can be incredible engines of social innovation and really driving towards systems level change. Now, I think one thing for us as we looked, as the COVID pandemic hit, and seeing how that obviously hit the social economy very hard. So on the one end of that spectrum, over 90% of SMBs were negatively impacted, particularly female-owned businesses, those from people from minority groups, even more so. And as the Possibilist research that we co-funded from Changemaker Exchange showed, 75% of young social innovators were in precarious financial situations, and 60% were experiencing burnout. So last year, we shifted a lot of our resources to supporting SMEs and entrepreneurs across the social economy spectrum, focusing on 3 areas. One being access to critical information to help navigate the pandemic, 2, access to mentorship, and 3, access to capital. So as part of that, for instance, we gave a $5 million grant to Youth Business International to support 375,000 underserved entrepreneurs across EMEA and APAC that in turn helped save nearly 100,000 jobs. Or, we help connect entrepreneurs with mentors online through our support of MicroMentor, or organizations such as Digital Nation in Romania and others to help them navigate their way through and keep the enterprise alive. Now, coming back to the big question you're posing, as many countries emerge from the pandemic, also thinking very hard about how can Google be most helpful and catalytic in enabling a digital, inclusive, and sustainable economic recovery. And I think as we approach this, both looking at the huge scale of the challenge and the opportunity, we've got to invest in innovative scale solutions that very fundamentally address some of these recovery areas, such as reskilling, employability challenges, as well as our climate crisis. And I think it's clear through all of that, and talking to a lot of brilliant people in, some of them on this call today as well, we need social entrepreneurs more than ever, and we need their kind of systems change thinking. Think about entrepreneurs such as Christian Ron. He's the founder of Normative. It's a social enterprise grantee of our recent 10 million euro impact challenge on climate in Europe. And they're building an SME climate hub to support companies and governments to reach the target of net zero emissions by 2050 by providing public access to CO2 emissions for virtually every company in the world. So we're supporting them with catalytic funding, but also embedding a team of 10 Googlers for 6 months via our fellowship program to help build out that tool. We need more social entrepreneurs such as Ziga Vavportic. She's the co-founder of Symbiosis in Slovenia, helping to scale their work in providing access to digital skills to senior citizens. And also I think of social entrepreneurs such as Ibrahim Usari. We've supported him and Mollingeek, which is an incubator to educate and support entrepreneurs from marginalized communities in Brussels, because I think it's so critical as we think about building back better that we empower and we enable people from underrepresented backgrounds, because they're the most closely connected to the communities in need, and they are going to help define the problem and the solution. So how are we going to achieve that? We've certainly realized that as a philanthropy, in addition to supporting individual social enterprises to succeed in tackling big problems, we need to strengthen and boost the social economy ecosystem as a whole. And so that's something I'm currently thinking hard about with my team. There's certainly a lot we can learn from how startup ecosystems have grown to become engines of change and economic growth. At Google for Startups, where I was prior to joining Google.org, we invested a lot of resources over the last decade in helping startup ecosystems to grow throughout Europe through educational programs in campuses in Warsaw, Madrid, London, and now online. And I see a lot of parallels in terms of the ingredients needed for that to happen. Access to capital, support and collaborative networks, a conducive regulatory environment. Those were all critical to the growth of the startup ecosystems. And I think we see the same barriers in the social economy, which I think is clear also from the data from the European Social Enterprise Monitor, which Google.org is now delighted to support and that Vitica will talk more about. And I think, finally, what is critical is visibility. It's shining a light on the incredible work and, importantly, valuing social entrepreneurs, because many talented people got hugely excited about creating the next billion-dollar startup, and we need to get the next generation of entrepreneurs excited about creating social enterprises aligned with the SDGs that are going to positively benefit billions of people.
Thank you very much, Rowan. I think that you deserve an applause. Let's heat a bit the atmosphere. That was a brilliant presentation, Rowan. I think that expectations are also very high in the room. I want to reply to certain of the elements that you mentioned. There is an entrepreneurial revolution out there already, Rowan, as you were mentioning. Tonight, you were throwing some examples out there, which are very interesting. Tonight, we have the Social Economy Awards. Let me just mention some of them. We have NeedsMap, which is a cooperative company from Turkey that is identifying, it's an interactive map, identifying needs and people that can solve them. A social cooperative, a very highly innovative social cooperative from Turkey. We have In Natura from Germany, which is basically, so there is a lot of destocking material, destocking furniture that is not going to be sold, and they are building a linking pin between this furniture that is not going to be sold anymore, that is going to be most probably destroyed, and the social sector, NGOs, non-for-profits that might need them. So they are receiving a lot of donations in kind. Let's think about shelter workshops. Let's think about care homes for elderly people, refugee centers. They are receiving a lot of material that was going to be destroyed, and now it's given a second life and at a lower price, right? So we are first of all finding a solution for something that was going to disappear, and secondly, also giving an opportunity to social economy enterprises. But we have many other examples. We have Suara, which is here today, which is a network of cooperatives providing social services in Catalonia. Som Energia, which is leading the green transition in Spain, renewable energy revolution, and so on and so forth. So Rowan, there is a revolution out there already. It's great that we can build bridges between Google.org and this revolution. It's great that you have decided to support it. And indeed, together, I think that we have to discover a lot from each other to build bridges, because also, by the way, in the room, we have the very beginning of the housing cooperative movement in Slovenia. Citizens, you know that housing is one of the biggest issues in the European Union right now, and not only in the European Union. The youth cannot access a decent house. So people is getting together, instead of paying huge prices to people that is getting a lot of profits, people is getting together, communities are organizing to build their own flats, and many times also in partnership with the public administrations. So again, innovative solutions, collective solutions to collective needs. So let's work together, Rowan. We have a lot to do. And I promise a second question for you, so I will deliver it. So what do you do in helping digitalize the social economy? Before, we had a panel with a lot of social economy actors that are in the platform economy and so on. So what does Google.org do to support a small and medium-sized business and the social economy in general to tackle and to succeed in this digital revolution?
Thanks, Jason. Yeah, so I think first of all, we'll start by saying, just how critical that is, right? The digital transformation of the social economy. I think we've all seen how digital tools have been an absolute lifeline for businesses through lockdowns. research showed that through the pandemic, those SMBs, those SMEs that were digitally advanced actually generated 1.5 times higher revenue, hired 3.5 times more people. And by the same token, we risk that threat of the widening of existing divides. And McKinsey found that 25% more workers may need to find new jobs as a result of the pandemic. And also building on some research we did with them previously showed that more than 90 million Europeans need to learn future skills. So I think when we look at like what can we do and what do we need to do to support a digital recovery, I think one is providing digital skills for employees and enterprises to thrive. It's driving digitalization in the enterprises by providing access to low-cost tools, and it's also investing in more technology infrastructure. So a few areas that we're focused on. So, in terms of digital skills, since 2015, Google has trained 17 million people in EMEA through our Grow with Google program, and got 4 million people into a job or grown their career in business. And in parallel, Google.org as a philanthropy is really focused on, how do we help the people furthest removed from the opportunity to ensure they also have the digital skills, alternative credentials, and don't get left behind. So I think continuing that work, focusing on the social economy is critical, because not only 2.8 million social enterprises in Europe are crucial as social innovators, they're also critical just to the socio-economic landscape as they provide over 13 million jobs. So as a philanthropy, I think our approach that is helping to accelerate social innovators and enterprises with this trio of support: skills, access to free tools and technology, and alongside funding. So I think we've seen certainly so far that every project, every grant project we fund and every initiative we fund, it's also critical to look at how we're building the capacity of the organization as a whole. For example, we recently announced the successful applicants of our Impact Challenge for Central Eastern Europe, and together with catalytic funding to develop and scale their ideas, the organizations receive ongoing coaching and mentorship from Google and our partners. The same applies for our impact challenges for AI for social good, for climate, for example, where all of the grantees go through a Google for Startups Accelerator program, which is really focused on building the tech capacity of the organization, and a number of those go on to receive our fellowship program. And because I think technology, has a critical role to play in inclusive, sustainable, green recovery, but it's important that we empower social enterprise to be able to leverage it, to be able to better achieve their mission, understand how to apply, where to apply, when to apply cutting edge technology such as AI. So there's a lot of work for us still to do there, and we're certainly committed to that. And I think finally, community building, network and support. When I look now at some of the ways we're setting up our initiatives, for instance, through the Inco Academy, we are delivering 50,000 Google IT certificates to those furthest removed from the opportunity to pursue careers in tech. And through that community of across 17 different countries and 30 different nonprofit and social organizations, Inco is looking at how do we create exchange, how do we upskill, how do we build their capacity. So yes, online tools, digital skills, absolutely critical for the social economy and a catalyst for the comeback. And we are here to help and thinking and discussing with many in the ecosystem about how we can do that best.
Well, thanks again, Rowan, and welcome once again to this social economy entrepreneurship education happening in Europe and across the world. So thanks a lot also for delivering your core expertise in technology and supporting the capacity building of social economy enterprises. By the way, I don't want to be unfair. Luigi Martignetti also did a beautiful presentation before, and he also deserves an applause. So let's go for it. All right. And Rowan was mentioning statistics. Rowan was mentioning the numbers that the European Commission is giving about the social economy. So the European Commission, based on a study that the ESC did some years ago, Alain is not with us anymore, but he was the one supporting the elaboration of that study in cooperation with TDEC International, So the data that we have in the European Union is that social economy is 2.8 million businesses, employing 30.6 million people, 6.2% of the working population in the EU, so not a joke, and between 8 and 10% of the GDP of the European Union. And as Juan Antonio said this morning, more than 260 million members of co-ops, mutuals, associations, and other similar forms. So that's a lot. And but indeed, we have an issue with the statistics in the social economy, because we don't have national statistics on social economy in most countries. Only some countries are providing statistical data on the reality of the social economy. By the way, colleagues, if social economy represents 10% of the GDP, this means that social economy in Europe is more important than the automotive industry. And the automotive industry gets a lot of attention, right? So let's also empower ourselves, be conscious of our importance, acting together and operating together. Okay, so as we have an issue with the statistics, we have some stars, some unicorns as Portugal, and Eduardo Pedroso will give us a presentation, not now, but in a second. We also have organizations as Euclid Network, good friends of us, that are working in studying the social economy and are actually carrying European Social Enterprise Monitor. So we have with us Viteke Dupin. Viteke is head of knowledge, research, and development at Euclid Network, and she will tell us more about this European Social Enterprise Monitor and its preliminary results, I guess. Viteke, the floor is yours to share this great initiative.
Thanks a lot, Victor. And it's very nice to be at this important event for the EU, but of course also in Slovenia. Great to see you there on stage, Victor, and to see the colleagues in this area. So the European Social Enterprise Monitor, the state of social enterprise in Europe. The idea of this monitor is that it's an online survey. It's available for social entrepreneurs since the 28th of September. It's live in 21 countries, in 21 languages. The survey produces a European report with benchmarkable data on social enterprises. Your needs, the challenges and opportunities, also the government support from your perspective that is existent in each of the countries across Europe where this survey is live at the moment. In addition, it produces national social enterprise monitor reports, 21 coming in 2022. You can see here on the right the monitors in different countries. So for last year, we had Denmark, for example, we had Spain, we as well had Sweden, we had Estonia, and the UK. And the European Social Enterprise Monitor is also a community. It's a community of social entrepreneurs who fill in the survey and who let their voice be heard, of social enterprise support organizations and universities and research centers who carry out this project in collaboration with us. Policymakers and politicians. The European Commission is one of the main funders and supporters of this project up until the municipality level. So for example, Impact City, the municipality of The Hague, who is an important player in Europe, but of course, mainly as well for the ecosystem in The Hague and attracting social entrepreneurs to exist in this ecosystem. And also for investors who use the data of this report for their decision-making. So the idea of this European Social Enterprise Monitor is to close the gap between social enterprises and EU decision makers. It was launched last year in 8 countries, so we've scaled up now to 21, and we hope to continue this. So it will be in every European country and also neighboring countries in future. And the aim is really to close that gap of data that is existing in this space that already Victor has alluded to, and potentially as well Eduardo will start to talk a little bit about as well. To allow for evidence-based policymaking, for evidence-based legislation, funding programs, non-financial support, capacity building, and to do that with benchmarkable data. So you can look cross-country, cross-region, cross-city, and potentially measure the effect of certain programs. Cross-sectoral as well. All 70 United Nations SDGs are supported by the social entrepreneurs filling in this survey and letting their voice be heard about what are their needs. What are they looking for in funding? What kind of government support are they looking for? And it's for all entrepreneurs. So this project also creates visibility through these kind of events, but also in social media campaigns by all of the partners. There are over 150 outreach partners on top of all the around 50 organizations involved at national level and international level on this project, and press and media. And the idea, of course, is that it will lead to this transformation to a digitally enabled, socially inclusive and green society and economy, something that, of course, the European Commission is looking forward to in its vision in the European Action Plan for the Social Economy. And as Rowan has alluded to as well, Google.org is working towards this goal. So in the visibility area, we're working with Pioneers Post, who's one of our partners as well, a media partner in the World Economic Forum. This is also a project that is part of the work of the COVID Response Alliance for Social Entrepreneurs with the World Economic Forum and the Schwab Foundation. And we're very proud, of course, that after 1 year in the pilot of 8 countries, we've now scaled up to 21 countries. And we're very happy to have Rowan here as well in this session with Google.org, who enable this kind of support to social entrepreneurs to let their voice be heard and to make sure that this data can arrive with the right people at the right time in the future. SAP and Impact City and Bertelsmann Stiftung are as well supporters in the World Economic Forum and Schwab Foundation. And you can see as well the logos of many national alliances for social enterprise. Some of the founding actors in this space are Social Entrepreneurship Network Germany, Social Enterprise UK, and Social Enterprise Netherlands, who already do a national monitor for up to 14 years in some of these countries, and they've influenced legislation leading to new legal entities to be formed. And now they have pursued this initiative to make their monitor locally benchmarkable because they were before very different surveys. In addition, we have a lot of universities like ESAD or Politecnico di Milano or Tallinn University in Estonia who participate. And we have a lot of new partners as well in 2021, including as well in Slovenia. So the survey is live. I'm sharing here the link with you, and maybe one of my colleagues can share the link as well in the chat. So if you're a social entrepreneur, please fill it in, have your voice heard and help close this gap between social enterprise and EU decision makers. And of course, very exciting because the European Social Economy Week is hosted at this moment in Slovenia, is the Slovenian Social Enterprise Monitor, who is launched this year. It's the inaugural monitor. The link is in Slovenian, so you can fill it in Slovenian. You can also fill it in English or in French or in Italian, just whatever you like as a language to fill it in. The data will end up for the Slovenian consortium who's working on this, including, for example, SCAP or SCLAT 05. So these are the other countries for which the survey is live this year, thanks to the support of Rowan and also colleagues and other organizations. And if you're not one of these countries, please let us know as well, because this is a continuing project. So next year we will be there to social entrepreneur. The third question is, what is your country? Leave your email and we will make sure that we contact you next year. Or if you have a national social enterprise association or a leading university in your country, you think we should participate and you know someone, let them contact me. My details will be at the end of the presentation, and we'll make sure that we make this a real European initiative and potentially larger as well in the future. We, of course, as a data-driven project, we have a European Academic Steering Committee. So we're very delighted to have some of the most esteemed professors on board in the area, either of social economy, social enterprise, social finance, like Professor Johanna Meyer, who's also the academic editor of the Stanford Social Innovation Review, Professor Matthias Reit, who is also the strategic chair of the European Academy of Management, and Niels Bosma, who is the chair of the board of directors of the Global Entrepreneurship Monitor. And this is the longest running monitor in the world for 20 years, over 150 countries. So we can learn a lot from these board members, and they help out a lot as well in this project. As I said, we'll also have municipality level reports, not in all countries yet. We're working on that with the partners. So in Germany, there will be at the municipality level, also in the Netherlands with The Hague, Amsterdam, and Utrecht, there will be municipality level reports. The European Commission is the initiator and the first supporter of this project. So we're of course very happy as well with the support of European Commissioner Nicholas Schmid for the project. And I think it's very nice. He indicated the ACEN provides us with detailed data and analysis that will inform the upcoming European Action Plan for the social economy and the decisions of policymakers at all levels of governance. That's of course fantastic that the entrepreneurs provide their data, the data ends up, and it just forms this new European Action Plan for the social economy, which will be launched in December. So it's fantastic that this kind of results can come. And it really makes sure that the European Action Plan will be informed from the ground up on what's needed by those who actually make the difference with the beneficiaries and the marginalized groups on the ground. So he also indicated only with data can best practices and problem areas be identified, shared, and addressed to enable the expansion of the social economy. And the ACEN provides data necessary for policymakers to devise systems which support individuals to become social entrepreneurs and innovators, allowing them to start up and scale up their ideas, delivering social and environmental benefits as well as economic returns. So we're, of course, very happy to be able to have this vehicle now that social entrepreneurs can provide their data. More events are being planned. So we try to get as much social entrepreneurs involved in this project. We work as well with the European with Eurostat. There will be an ASAC workshop on the 20th of October on non-traditional big data source and data science for official statistics. And we're looking at the complementary of this data to statistics. Impact Fest in The Hague for November. There's a link as well. You can come. This is one of the biggest European events in the social economy and social enterprise world. We also will work there and share more on the Dutch monitor and how it actually helped to create a legal entity in the Netherlands for social enterprise. And Spain is launching its report at the S2B Impact event, the Ship2B Impact Forum. With the World Economic Forum, Schwab Foundation, and SAP as a supporter, we're also working on creating an online interactive dashboard. So you can not only read the reports, and my colleague has shared the link in the chat, or we'll share it so you can actually download and read the report, but also see if we can make it online interactive and potentially work with other partners at an international level to integrate the data sets and make sure that this becomes available. So out of the over 1,000 social entrepreneurs who answered in 8 countries last year, 7 out of 10 joined a European panel. So they're available now for countries, governments, or the national alliances to actually work in focus groups or other initiatives as well, because they really want to have their voice heard, and not maybe once a year, but maybe more as well. So it would be fantastic if all the social entrepreneurs can fill in the survey and join the community, but also for other organizations help to become an outreach partner, or if you want to yourself lead it in a country, please contact us, and it would be really a delight to have you join the consortium. So my email is here. Feel free to reach out, or as well connect on LinkedIn. The links to our knowledge center where the reports are based is here as well, or the website where you can learn more about the project. Really thanks for your time, and I hope you're a social entrepreneur that you'll join this initiative, and maybe we see you at the future event where we'll have the social entrepreneurs joining, or the social enterprise support organizations who are in this, or the universities. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Viteke. You also deserve an applause for all that work. By the way, Viteke, as you were inviting people to cooperate, we're in. Happy to cooperate too, because as you might know, for instance, our French member ActSE France has the Observatory of Social and Solidarity Economy, from which we know that 10% of employment in France is created by the social economy. Our member Tepes here in the room from Spain also has very interesting data on the social economy, on the top 100 enterprises, but also beyond that. also at regional level. So let's do this together. BTK is an amazing. Congratulations for all your work. I know that this is big, important, and also reaching out is quite a lot. So let's do more together. And from you, I will pass the word to the only country in the European Union, to Eduardo Pedroso. Eduardo works for CASES, which is our Portuguese member. It is a public-private agency to support the growth of social economy in Portugal. And Portugal is the only member state in the European Union that has, of which its National Statistical Institute, sorry for my English, produces satellite accounts on the social economy. So VTK, what VTK is trying to do, what the Euclid network is trying to do is like solve a market failure. The state, the National Statistics Institute is not providing a statistic, so we are finding our ways. What the ESC and TDIC did was exactly the same. We don't have official statistic, so the ESC, the European Union, is paying to have some statistics and know the exact reality. Because if we are not able to measure the exact reality, we don't exist. What is not measurable, if you cannot show your impact, unfortunately, you do not exist. But Portugal is exceptional, because it was the first country that developed a methodology and implemented that methodology. So Eduardo works for this public-private agency, CASES, excellent organization, and he will tell us more about this journey, about how you did it and what are you doing also maybe in contact with other member states to learn from each other and maybe replicate this in other member states. Eduardo, all yours.
Well, hello everyone, good afternoon. I'm just sharing my screen. Hope you can see it. Just a minute. Oh, okay. So, well, first of all, I want to thank the invitation that was directed to CASES. It's always a pleasure to share our experience on this regard, and in particular on what our work that we have done in raising visibility to social economy, especially on the statistical sense. And so, as Victor said, CASES
only Eduardo who has a problem? Okay, so Eduardo is having an issue. Maybe we will wait some minutes, a couple of minutes, to see if we can recover him. Maybe we can put on screen the other colleagues, the other members of the panel. Like that, we also see what's going on exactly with, if we can take out the presentation, there we go. So colleagues, we have Luigi and Viteke with us. While we are waiting for Eduardo to come back with us, any reaction to the presentations? And Rowan is also with us. Any reactions to the presentations that have been shown? Anything that you have learned from each other? Anyone wants to react to what we have heard from one another? Luigi,
Eduardo is back. Meanwhile.
Hello.
Eduardo is back.
Hello. I fall, right? So
yeah,
sorry.
you went to a parallel world.
Yes. Well, my connection never let me down, but this had to be the first time. So I hope you heard something.
We heard nothing. You were going to start the presentation. So please continue, and then we will have an exchange.
Okay, so I was trying to talk a little bit about the background of CASES, and I was explaining that this is a very interesting organization because it functions as an hybrid kind of cooperative in the sense that it gathers the state and the social economy sector in the form of 6 organizations that represent various families of social economy here in Portugal. And our mission is to develop social economy sector here in Portugal by being this bridge between the state and the sector. And in that sense, we have several strategies, several objectives, one of which is probably the most important one, is to try to place social economy in both the national and international political agenda. This can be done in various ways, but one of which is by producing knowledge, producing statistical recognition. And we also have several tools to do this. But one of the most important ones, without a doubt, is the fact that since 2013, CASES has the legal responsibility of creating and maintaining a social economy satellite account, or SESA, as I will be from now on referred to. And obviously this is done in collaboration with the entity that in Portugal is responsible for producing and supervising official statistics, which is Statistics Portugal. But how did this came about? How did a satellite account became a mandatory legal tool to be done and was inscribed in the framework law of social economy here in Portugal? Well, in fact, it all started in 2010 when Statistics Portugal decided to do a more thorough study of the non-profit institutions serving household sector, which is one of the sectors of national accounting. This sector was very lacking in information, and so they decided to do a more thorough analysis. And through that analysis, or by doing that analysis, they saw an opportunity to expand it and create the first and only satellite account on non-profit institutions here in Portugal by using a manual that was created by the United Nations and Johns Hopkins University. This satellite account was very useful, without a doubt. It included the vast majority of entities that compose social economy here in Portugal, but was still excluding some very important groups, for instance, the cooperative sector, the mutual association sector, and other organizations. So CASES, by identifying this fragility, saw here as well an opportunity to challenge Statistics Portugal in expanding this study. And so thus a collaboration, or as Victor said, a unicorn was born, and the first SESA was created and published in 2013. On the same year, it was inscribed in the framework law for social economy. So the first SESA was created before it was a legal mandatory tool to be done. After which, every 3 years, we have created other editions of SESA. The last one was in 2019. But why are satellite accounts so relevant in creating visibility to social economy? Well, first of all, it has to do with the results and the information and data it creates, because it all obviously brings recognition to this sector, but also self-recognition, which is extremely important. And it allows us to understand the weight and positioning of social economy in our economy and in our society. Also, it is important to note that since this information comes from the framework of national accounting, it means that it represents official statistics that are comparable both with national and international official statistics. It is done in a framework that uses a variety of data sources that are not survey-based, which means that they're very comprehensive. They're very close to reality. So all this information not only is official, credible, comprehensive, but also it's very reliable and allow us to reach very insightful and accurate policies and influence policies as well. Another characteristic of the Portuguese satellite account that makes it very unique is the fact that it is done in close relationship with the sector, in collaboration with the sector, and historically, since it was built step by step, piece by piece, it gained a very modular approach. So it is very flexible in accommodating changes, in accommodating the various needs of the sector. So our satellite account not only gives us a picture of the whole social economy sector, but also their different families. And as long as we have information, we are trying to add always other dimensions, other perspectives, for instance, special statuses, as is the case for NGOs. We have information for this in our satellite account. But with this said, how does this translate in results? What can we extract from satellite accounts? I brought to you three main examples of information that we have at our disposal here in Portugal. The first one, very basic one, in fact, is the fact that through satellite accounts, we have the true dimension of this universe. We know how many entities there are, how they are distributed in different families, considered here in our social economy environment, but also we know where they are geographically, for instance, and other characteristics. And this is a very important tool and can create very important and insightful conclusions. Also, we know the economic value of this sector to the Portuguese economy. We know that in 2016, social economy was responsible for around 3% of the gross value added, more than 6% of employment here in Portugal. And these percentages are greater than the ones we see in other economic sectors. So social economy in Portugal do have a role in creating wealth and in creating employment. By having more than one satellite account, we can also analyze the way these variables have evolved. And we see that in Portugal, social economy has had, and this is tend to be the behavior, has had a more dynamic evolution and behavior than the one we see on the same variables for the national economy. And this is a very strong and very powerful insight. And lastly, I brought to you the evolution of one indicator in particular, which is employment. And this graph, what shows us is that the way employment behaves in social economy tends to follow the behavior of the evolution of employment in the national economy. So when it decreases in the national economy, it also decreases in social economy. When it increases, it also increases in social economy. But what we see here is that it decreases less, it increases more. So in the long run, what we can see is that employment is rising in social economy while it is decreasing in the national economy. And this helps us prove something that we always knew about our social economy, which is its resilience, its capacity of fighting crisis and economic depressions. So this is, again, a very strong and powerful insight. And I would have a lot more examples would I have the time for sharing them. And lastly, I would like to finish by saying just two final remarks. The first one is that we are currently working on the 4th edition of CESA in collaboration with Statistics Portugal. This one will be very innovative in the sense that it will include 2 years in one account. And we decided this because we felt that it was important to try to capture at least the initial impacts of the pandemic on our sector. This means, however, that this edition will be presented a little bit later, but I think the trade-off is very positive. And lastly, I would like to tell you also that this collaboration with Statistics Portugal has created a spillover effect, so to say, because through this collaboration, we have also produced other official statistics that have nothing to do with the satellite account, although they are connected. For instance, 2 surveys on volunteer work, and most recently, another survey on social economy sector, which introduced for the first time information regarding aspects that were previously unknown. For instance, the contributions to the Sustainable Development Goals, more characteristic for employment, management practices. So this would never be possible if we haven't had this close relationship with the entity that is responsible in creating this nationwide information. And well, I hoped you understood everything I said, although I had to leave for a bit. But if you have, if you're curious about this information, you can find all of it in our website. Our publications are always bilingual, so they're easy to reach. Well, thank you. Thank you so much for your attention. Okay.
Victor, we do not hear you. You are muted on the Zoom.
Okay. It's okay now? Do you hear me, colleagues? Perfect. I mean, Eduardo, you got a big applause from the room here in Ljubljana. And one of the reasons you got that applause is because you made satellite accounts interesting and you were talking with a lot of passion about it. It's a complex thing. Statistics are complex. And I think that everyone understood why they are important, and also the Portuguese model. And we hope that soon, instead of having one single unicorn, we will have a whole zoo in which other countries like, whatever, Slovenia, in which we are here today, whatever European member states will follow your steps and also have satellite accounts, because it is good to know the real strength of the social economy. It is good for the social economy to empower and to self-recognize, as you said. Okay, colleagues, so we are coming to an end, and an impact coffee is here ready for us. It was called impact coffee by the organizers. I don't know what it means, but I'm looking forward for the impact. So I don't know if before closing you have you want to tell something to each other, but you have the choice, all of you, to say something now if you wanna react. Can we see all the colleagues on Zoom, please? On screen, thank you. All right. Hello again. Any reactions from your side, colleagues, to what you heard from one another? Luigi, you unmuted, so go ahead. And then Rowan, and then Viteke, maybe.
Yeah. I have a reaction because it was a very interesting session, actually. And I thank you very much, Rowan, Viteke, and Eduardo for their presentations. And now I'm changing a bit of my hat. I'm more on the Secretary General of REF. Actually, I think we are in a moment of creative chaos, where we are passing from a dual perspective, where there were just two approaches to making enterprises, to entrepreneurial approach. Now we are passing to a multifocal point of view. What we need now is to clearly define, and I think very much Eduardo and also Viteke for your work, because we need to clearly define who does what, because this helps very much. This would help clarify the landscape. And I'm talking from the point of view of public authorities. As you know, public authorities act on the basis of laws, of regulations, and regulations do not like confusion. If there is confusion in a regulation, regulation doesn't work. So we need now to be to reshape, remap this landscape in order to understand exactly who does what, and also what kind of relationship a public authority could or should establish with different kind of organizations. Thank you.
Thank you, Luigi. Rowan, as we said, Rowan.
Thanks. Look, I mean, a huge thanks to Luigi, Eduardo, Viteke, and yourself, Victor, as well. I think, two things. One is, as a data-driven philanthropy and organization, we need more data and help that inform the decisions we're making. So, I think the work that Eduardo and Viteke are doing is brilliant and, highly impactful. And we need more collaboration. I think that's also something, Victor, we've agreed to talk, meet for a virtual coffee very soon as well. Viteke and I have been having great discussions, in the previous weeks as well, and talking to, I think this collaboration, certainly coming out of the pandemic, where we realize that the challenges we face are so much bigger than any one company or, nonprofit or social enterprise can solve. It's about working together with governments. So delighted to continue that conversation with you all.
Thank you very much, Rowan. Viteke, please.
Thanks, Victor. Yes, and I fully agree with my colleagues here in this panel, with Luigi and Rowan, on the need for data. And also, it's fantastic to meet Eduardo today, because I was at a high-level event of the EU Council Presidency in Portugal, where we spoke with the Statistics Portugal organization as well, and we thought we need to get together to see how we can cooperate on this data initiative. And there are other central bureaus of statistics in the Netherlands, for example, who are looking into this. So let's see if we can do something together. Yes, creative chaos indeed. So let's set up those partnerships and let's do this together and make sure that the policymakers can do the work based on evidence and also supported by what we know from the sector. So thanks for moderating as well, Victor, and getting us here.
Thank you, Viteke. And now, Eduardo, you have the final word.
The final word. It won't be more interesting than the others, but I would just like to say that I completely agree with everything my colleagues here said. And I truly believe that collaboration is the key to reach these goals. Otherwise, we couldn't achieve a satellite account here in Portugal. So yes, we need to support it. We need to have an open communication and to share ideas with each other, because we can all learn from each other, and I'm willing to share my ideas anytime. So thank you for this opportunity.
That's great, Eduardo. That cooperative spirit is the DNA of the social economy. I mean, we are stronger together. Together we have common challenges. Together we create collective solutions, collective innovative solutions. So let's do that. A big applause for you all, guys, from the room in Ljubljana. Greetings from here. We are going to the Impact Coffee now, and then my colleague Nicholas Clark, who is a hero because he works with me, and working with me, I guess it's not easy. So that's heroic. He will moderate a session on social economy in the green transition, and tonight you are all invited for the European Social Economy Awards. Thank you very much for taking the time and being with us today.
schedule, which is very nice. And let me just remind you guys that we're desperate to see you at the Social Economy Awards, which is happening this afternoon at 6:30, just at the Digital Center. There's a cocktail, there's free food. It would be lovely to have you there. And you can even arrive a little bit early at 6:15, and we'll try and make it a really energetic and really, really fantastic event for everybody. And again, as Victor said earlier, we've had 118 applications, and it's been an absolutely fantastic process in trying to figure out the finalists, and the level of the finalists is absolutely incredible, amazing stories. And we're going to have some fantastic stories from this panel this afternoon. So the title of this panel is Social Economy to Drive the Green Transition at the Service of People. Now, I think it's very obvious that, that the green transition is going to be happening. Businesses have got the memo that investing in green technologies is important, and that if they do so, then it's going to be economically sustainable for them to do that. However, we've got to make a decision as a community. We've got to decide, how do we want this green transition to happen? Do we want it to happen with the traditional businesses that have been doing everything so wrong for so many years? Do we want them to have a monopoly over this green transition? Or do we want to let the social economy really drive this green transition and do it in a sustainable way, but also a way that helps the people first? So as we've heard today already, social economy organizations have set values. They put people before profit. They reinvest all or most of their profits to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. And they have democratic governance, which means the decision is made by the people who work in the organizations or are in the local area. So this keeps profits local, and it puts citizens in the driving seat of this green transition. Now, if we're going to have a green transition at all, it has to be accepted by the people. And if people are going to accept it, they need to be in charge of that process. So if they have a part in decision making, if they have a part in their own renewable energy, if they have a part in what's happening with the decisions that are going to be made for them, they are going to be much more likely to accept any changes that we need to make our planet better. That's why it's so important that social economy organizations really, really help this transition move forward. There's a problem. Policy can get in the way of many, many decisions and many, many things that these social economy organizations need to do to move forward, to upscale, and to mainstream. So what I'm going to be asking our prestigious panel today, I can't see them right now, but they'll be on screen in a minute, that we want to know, what messages do they have for policymakers as well, in order to make this green transition happen through and for social economy organizations and for the people. So let me introduce our speakers. Here we go. We have some of them on stage at the moment. Fantastic. And I think we're waiting for one more. Ah, fantastic. Hello, everybody. Can you hear me properly? Great. Wonderful. Thanks for the visuals, because I can't hear you just yet. I will do in a second. So as I said, my name is Nicholas Clark, but let me introduce this amazing panel. So we have Sam Oxenar, who's project manager at ResCorp EU. And ResCorp EU is the Federation of Energy Communities. And we'll hear all about how they're engaging citizens in creating their own renewable energy. We have Anastasia Constantini, who is senior expert for the SDGs and the green transition, and our member, the DAY2 network. We have Pablo Ascasibar. I hope I pronounced that right. Pablo, please correct me. Great, thank you. Who's head of EU projects at Agresta Co-op, who will be talking about social economy forest management, and I can't wait to hear all about that. And finally, we have Julia Kekstete, who we've worked very closely before on similar events like this. So hello, Julia. And she's policy officer of social affairs at Reuse. And Reuse is a network of reuse and repair organizations that also help people who are vulnerable and far from the labor market. So really, really helping citizens get involved and helping empower communities. So welcome, everybody. What I'd like to do, this is the final session of the day. And we'd like to make it as interactive as possible, because if not, we'll all fall asleep. So what I'd like you to do is I might ask you at the end just to make a little comment about one of the things you found most interesting, or something about, maybe comment on what one of the other people has said. And maybe I'd like to use this as a bit of a networking opportunity for all of you and for all of us, and to try and think a little bit bigger picture. I wonder if you have any thoughts or ideas of how we can gather different sectors together and maybe help to move this green transition forward in a kind of holistic way. Maybe you can think of some other events we could do, or any way that we can network further. We don't have to answer that question today. Maybe we can send some emails about it, but just wanted to put that out there. So Sam, I think we're going to start with you. We'll try and stick with the order of the agenda so that nobody's caught out by surprise. Now, ResCorp EU is becoming quite well known and quite popular, because there was an amazing video, a documentary that's on YouTube right now that was actually produced by the popular clothing company Patagonia. Now, this video was about energy cooperatives and energy communities, and it's received over 1 million views on YouTube. So it's really quite a serious documentary, and it's really, really spreading the word. So I would like you, Sam, if it's possible, to introduce all of our audience and everybody online. If you could introduce us to the ResCorp model and explain how this model helps empower citizens.
Yes, sure, I can do that, Nicholas. Can you hear me all right?
Perfectly, thank you.
Perfect, all right. Yes, first of all, very happy to be able to join you guys here from Brussels. I'm having a bit of a cough, so it's probably even better that I'm not there in person anyway. And great, yeah, thanks for this wonderful introduction. Very happy to hear that, yeah, to hear you say that ResCorp is getting more and more well known, because I guess the more people that hear our message about energy communities, the better. And yeah, the movie has definitely helped in that respect. It's quite American in its setup, but it does the job very well. It really gives you a good story view on how the energy community movement got started. So yeah, definitely recommend it if you want an accessible way to learn more about energy communities. Shall I start by sharing my screen, Nicholas?
Yeah, that's wonderful. Yes.
All right. Let me move to full screen first.
Coming online now. There we go. Yep, we can see it.
Great, perfect. Great that you can see my screen. Yeah, so very happy to be here today to talk a bit about energy cooperatives in Europe and how energy cooperatives can contribute also to a just green transition and a social economy. Maybe before we start, a little bit about myself, as now you're only seeing my floating face here in front of a ResCorp banner. So who am I? My name is Sam Oxenaar. I am originally from the Netherlands, but currently residing here in Brussels. I'm a project manager at ResCorp EU for about a year now. And I'm really specialized in sustainable building renovation and energy efficiency. But here today to talk more about energy communities in general. And yeah, maybe also on the networking part, if you are interested in getting in touch after this presentation, please feel free to send me an email or get in touch through Twitter if you have any questions or are interested in learning more about energy communities. So what's ResCorp EU? ResCorp EU is the European Federation of Citizen Energy Cooperatives. And a citizen energy cooperative is basically a group of citizens who cooperate in energy transition projects. And I will give a few examples of that later. So we are a federation of around 1,900 cooperatives in Europe. And in total, there are around 3,000, 3,500 energy cooperatives. So we represent quite a big part of that. Luckily, I don't have to do that by myself, but I have 12 great colleagues with whom we're working on this. And we're managed by a board consisting of cooperatives. And our president, Dirk van St. Jan, is also chosen by this board. And we have been founded in 2012 by actually a group of cooperatives from different areas of Europe that saw that they really needed to have their voice heard better in the EU level and the EU energy discussions if they really wanted to be able to grow their movement. So they came together, started with one project, and this resulted in this network organization. So our main goal is then also to represent the voice of citizens and citizen energy cooperatives to European policymakers. So we do a lot of advocacy work with the European Commission. We also really support the startup of new rescoops, especially in areas where there is not already a strong support network in place. We provide services for our members to see where we can pool our resources and deliver something more efficiently at the EU level than at the national level. And of course, we are also really all about promoting the rescoop model throughout Europe. And luckily, we don't have to do this all by ourselves, but we work a lot with some close partners here in Brussels, especially also, for example, local authorities who are an important partner in the form of energy cities, but also several coalitions working on energy community related topics, and also, of course, the Cooperatives Europe, the Cooperatives organization. So what is a citizen energy cooperative? I already said it's about citizens, so it's a citizen collective, but often local authorities or local companies are also involved. And it's about energy transition projects in a broad sense. So this can be various activities and business models. I think most people will know it from producing renewable energy. But over the years, a lot of new activities have been added to that. And I will give a few examples of that later. The legal model varies. So it's not necessary to be a cooperative business form or legal entity. It's all about adhering to the cooperative principles as they are also developed by the International Cooperative Alliance. So to be open, democratic, autonomous, but also offer economic participation to the participants and have a community focus. And maybe I wanted to add one more point on this definition because it could be confusing, because there's both the term energy cooperative and energy community that you might have heard about. So currently, energy community is defined also within European legislation, both as a citizen energy community and a renewable energy community. But basically, an energy cooperative is a type of renewable energy community. And we say it's sort of the golden standard because adhering to these principles really ensures that it is for the benefit of the community and that everyone can take part in this, and that the governance is also done in a democratic way. So the basic business model of a rescoop, a renewable energy system cooperative, an energy cooperative, is all about creating local benefits. So it's about, for example, installing solar panels in your village or city. It's about maybe developing a wind turbine or a biomass or hydropower project, and using the revenues that come from that and feed those back into the community. So it involves a lot of collaboration between local actors. And the idea is that you do this through a democratic community ownership model, which could be, and it quite often is, the legal entity of a cooperative, but this does not need to be the case. But in the end, this will allow you to keep the revenues within the community and also use this for societal projects that benefit the community. For example, a community center, or maybe help vulnerable households in the area. Maybe, to give a bit more info on what type of activities energy cooperatives do. So the most maybe traditional activity, and that you've maybe heard of, is production. So the production of renewable energy from sun, wind, water, biomass. But increasingly, Energy cooperatives are also suppliers, so you can actually have an energy contract with them and every month pay your bills to them and they deliver you with your energy. In some countries, they're also active in the distribution of energy. So they own, for example, the electricity grid or a district heating system. They provide IT services. They are involved in electric vehicle car sharing, financing of new projects, and also citizen-led renovation, which is one of the topics that I work on most. So that's renovating buildings to save energy and make them more sustainable. And maybe on the right, I put a small picture of where our members are currently located. And so you can see there's still a very strong membership base in the sort of west and northern parts of Europe, but unfortunately less developed in central and more eastern parts of Europe. So that's already also one of our focal points as a network organization to really help grow the movement in those areas as well. Maybe to end, let me give you two examples to make things a bit more clear or a bit more vivid of what energy cooperatives are doing. So here we have Hyperion, which is located in the Lamia region of Greece. They're quite a new initiative. And I think they're doing something that's quite sort of traditional for an energy cooperative. They built a communal solar power plant, and it will generate, for the coming 25 years, it will generate solar electricity for the people of the community. And the idea is that each participant buys a share based on their consumption in the household, and then they can virtually net meter the use of the electricity. So it's basically as if they would put solar panels on their own roof, but maybe because they are not able to do this because they live in an apartment or the roof is not suitable, they can put the solar panels on a different area close to the town. And maybe a more different type of energy cooperative is the example of Tayo Power, located quite close by here in Brussels, who have really expanded their activities. So in the beginning, they were really focused on raising awareness in communities on renewable energy, and they were helping people to install solar photovoltaic panels on their roof. But from 2017 onwards, they started working in partnership with the local authorities and the regional authorities, and had a very interesting program on city lighting. So the city of Halle was looking for ways to increase the energy efficiency of their city lighting, but they did not have the budget for it. And then the cooperative offered to finance the renovation of the public lighting. And they paid through this by raising money from local citizens, giving everyone the opportunity to sort of adopt a public light pole. And this helped them pay for the initial investment, which resulted in a lot of energy savings for the community. So it was also a great cooperation between citizens and the local authority. And this evolved into them developing a model to offer to help people renovate their homes to save energy. And this is what they're still doing today. All right, I hope this gave you a good overview of what energy cooperatives are doing and how they can also contribute to achieving a green transition that's also really in service of the citizens. If you want more information, please get in touch or take a look at our website. We have a lot of resources available. So don't hesitate to get in touch if you are interested. All right.
Thank you very much, Sem. That was fantastic.
Great, thank you.
I'm always fascinated by the story of energy communities. I was actually lucky enough to interview your president, Dirk Belsintian, and I love his story about how the energy cooperatives were, or his first energy cooperatives formed, chatting to a bunch of friends around a kitchen table, and they restored an old water mill that was broken. And these things can happen, and it's really encouraging to see that you guys are giving individuals and citizens the information they need to be able to start their own energy cooperatives. And as Sem mentioned, you can contact Sem. If you can't find his information, please, you can contact me. at Social Economy Europe, and I will put you in contact with Sem. The purpose of today's event is to help us network and to help us spread information around. That's what we're for. And Sem, stick around with us, please, because I'm going to have plenty to comment on, and hopefully you'll be inspired by the rest of the speakers as well. And thank you very much for your time.
Yes, definitely, and thank you.
Brilliant. I'm going to try and make sure I face forwards because I've got two screens here, which is quite exciting. This technology is mind-blowing these days. So we're going to move on to Anastasia. So Anastasia is from our member, the DASIS network, and she'll be talking to us about empowering rural communities for the green transition and how the social economy can help to do this. And I know that the President von der Leyen's Commission has a long-term vision for rural areas. And since social economy organizations and enterprises keep profits local, Anastasia, I wonder if you could explain to us how social economy organizations can empower rural communities, and why is this so important? Thank you.
Hi everyone. Thanks for the invitation. I'm really happy to join this session about green transition. I'm Anastasia Costantini from DASIS Network, that is an European network specializing in supporting social economy enterprise around Europe with our 42 members in 20 countries. And based on that, in DASIS, I'm focused on working on research and development. And if I can share my presentation, I can
Please.
show you some insight from our last research about that. Just a second. Okay.
We can see your screen, but it's not full screen just yet.
Yes, because please try again, they told me. I don't know why. I don't think that I have the possibility before. Yes, now no. I don't know why. But I think that we can do. Just a second. We can try also like this, even if it's not full. What do you
That's
think?
going to work. We have a big view, so we can see it clearly.
Okay. So okay. So my first slide would present what we are doing, what we did in the last year, and focusing on sustainable development, because sustainable development is not only green transition, but also other things. And based on that, we are focusing how social and solidarity economy contribute to the green transition to green and digital transformation. And in this year, we explored several things related to sustainable food system, circular economy, but also the digital aspect. And recently also the new Bauhaus initiative for the regeneration of the territory in this multidisciplinary approach, and also the regeneration of the rural area, starting from the last visual, long-term visual that the President von der Leyen gave us. Based on that, we decided to approach this trend related to the rural regeneration. And in doing that, we asking how a social enterprise can contribute to that. And we developed a research about which supportive factor can help to overcome vicious circle in the rural area, and how can social economy enterprise can contribute to do that, and especially in the empowering rural community. Just to give you some really key numbers, just to understand the background. As we said, for Europe, a rural area is a really important part because represent more than 80% of the total EU area. And half of the rural citizens still not have access to a good internet connection. So nowadays we are talking about twin transition that is green and digital, but we have a lot of people that still not can follow us as should be done. And the rural communities face a lot of challenges, starting from the demographic aspect. And all these things create a sort of vicious circles, because if we have this area with a low service, with a problem related to demographic, then we have also low employment, high unemployment, and that what means that also the young people move to other areas, and so exacerbating this low loop. So what we did with our research, we started to thinking about what can do social economy enterprise, and we started with a mapping. We mapped in several countries some good practice related to the development and the regeneration of rural area through some example. And we're starting to see that social economy enterprise in that area can provide access to basic service, fostering more balanced use of our local resources, promoting inclusive governance model that can help the local community to be more participative and making strategic decisions. But starting from that, we would like to give you a sort of key insight, 5 key insights that we can sum up from all the case study analyzed. And the first of all is that social economy enterprise can empower rural community through fostering inclusive local development and delivering service. This is something that we can see in the rural community, not about service. It's not just matter of agriculture or the food supply chain, but it's also a matter of service. And for instance, thanks to a community-based social enterprise model, we can see that this type of model that can operate in a defined geographical location and with a community have enormous potential to create a tailor-made based approach and give the solution for this particular specific area, because also the rural area is different one from another. We can talk about mountain to the coast. So it's not just rural area. Each rural area has a specific needs. And this type of models can be good models to help this area to achieve this regeneration. And also, for instance, the work integration social enterprise, likewise, we have a lot of experience in social farming in the rural area that can help disadvantaged people to be part of the community, but not only. So this is a first step. Then in the research, you can find the case study analyzed, and we have several of them for each. One of them is, for instance, Teatro Povero from Italy, is a community and a community-based enterprise, Cooperativa di Comunità, and starting from an open theater 20 years ago to, how to say, to revitalize this village, they step by step rebuilt the community. And now they are able to offer a lot of service, like not only tourist office, museum, but also basic healthcare. So it's a point of reference for the community. And thanks to that, they keep alive this part of area, this village, that now they're still growing. After that, as I said, another key insight that we see is that for the empowerment of the rural community, we have to think also also to emerging and diversified rural community. What I mean is that we are assisting in the rural area to a new trends that is, we can consider a sort of weak signal, but maybe they can play a strategic role in the future, like the creative and cultural industry, the tourism, the creative economy, the artisan. This can be a really a power, especially to involve the youth, so the young people, to think about to the rurality as a new way to live there. And one of example, for instance, that we discovered was about Absolute Classic. This is a social enterprise based in the rural region of Scotland, and they say that they are really high-level musicians, of classic musicians. And instead to go to the city, to the urban area, they decided to bring people from the urban to rural area. In this way, they created this really high-level school of music that had a sort of multiplier effect. First of all, to involve the young people in the rural area that usually don't have access to this high-level type of education. At the same time, they bring people from the city, also artists. So it's not now people go to the rural area to see a really interesting music classic concert, and not vice versa. So this is just an example. They do a lot of things. How we can regenerate this rural area and to bring young, especially young people or job in that area, not only thinking about how to say, and in this way is a really a contribute to the sustainable development of the community. After that, another aspect that we saw is related to, if we want to empower rural community, we have to focus on innovation and opportunity. Green social entrepreneur can be a really an opportunity for this area. So when we talk about the green social entrepreneur, we can thinking about an entrepreneur that not only take care of in consideration the green aspect, the green transition, but also the social aspect. So FIST is a sort of community innovator that can change the economy structure through the sustainability. And then is not focused only in the environmental problem, but seek to understand the context where he are developing the idea. In this way, they can help the community to be a part of that. And we have several examples on that. One of these is, for instance, Terrius from Portugal, in a really depopulated area. They are a group of young farmers. They decided to stay in the rural area and to recover old products and to help the small farmer to be in the market. In this way, also thanks to valorize local products, to re-keep certification, and also starting to have a sort of training, a sort of educational path for the young people of the area to help them to discover also this opportunity. After that, the last two things that I would like to share with you is these other two key aspects that we found in all the case studies. The first is the network-based approach. What we found really interesting in this case studies related to different models of social economy enterprise, and all of them are based on creation of network. So all of this are working on building a solid network that combine two important aspects: to be grounded at local level and to be connected globally. So they are a sort of intermediary that can create a bridge between exogenous source and endogenous source. So we can, how to say, empower the rural community, not only using the internal resource, but also to create a sort of bridge with what we can see external. And this can give the possibility to develop a lot of activity and a lot of innovative approach, exchange, and give more power to the local community at rural level. And based on that, one of these bridge that we found really interesting, especially in the green transition, was related to fostering sustainable urbanization to empower rural community, a sort of bridge between rural and urban area, because proximity and linkage from city to rural can have a strong influence to the rural community. And we have really a lot of cases that of social enterprise that show how they can create a solid and mutual supportive linkage between rural and urban area. In this way, we can create more sustainable urbanization and empower our rural area. The last case that I want to show you is about this social economy enterprise based in Estonia. It's a really, really simple business model. They found that in Estonia, a lot of people both the food, especially fruit and vegetables, not produced in their country. But at the same time, they have a lot of small farmers that produce a lot of organic food. So what they just match the offer with the demand, to bring local and organic food produced by small-scale farmers into the city. But starting from that, and thanks to the digital tools, so thanks also to the digital e-shop, they became a sort of self-sustainable social enterprise. And starting from that, in the rural area of this part of Estonia, starting to growing up other small enterprise based on self-made organic product, self-made vegan product. So they, and with young people that decided to live and to stay in the rural area, because thanks to that, they don't have to just to consider the market, the local market, but they can arrive to a more large customers thanks to the e-shop. So I would like just to see that also, no, in this case, it is important that financial sustainability is an issue, and maybe the digitalization in that case, so can be an enabler to overcome this issue, especially in the rural area, in the long-term vision.
Okay, wonderful. A round of applause for that. Absolutely fantastic. I think, can we also give Sem a round of applause for his presentation before as well, because I thought it was absolutely really interesting. Thank you, both of you. That was fascinating. I mean, I love especially the last example, where it's also a demonstration of shortening supply chains at the same time. So we're reducing the distance traveled by food. So I love both of these examples, and the examples we're about to hear really show not just one way to solve this green transition issue. I mean, that's why I wanted to hopefully, beyond today's talk, beyond today's presentation, we can get together and we can start to make connections and think, how can we move together as a set of organizations and move forward? Because within your memberships, there's organizations doing many different things. I remember Sem was also mentioning sustainable mobility. And I wonder if there could be a connection there with some of the research that Anastasia, your organization has done, DSIS has done, empowering local communities from transporting people from cities to rural areas. Can that happen with I don't know, maybe a connection with some of the ResCoop EU members. I'm just thinking out loud here, but you know, this is how these conversations can begin sometimes. So I especially loved the music example as well. Why not use art? Why not use people's passion and bring them to areas where this art normally isn't? People will travel to see amazing artists and amazing musicians. So why not use that as a great opportunity to empower rural communities? I could talk all day about what I've just heard because it's absolutely fascinating. We have to move on. But guys, please, like I said before, stick with us. And we're going to move on to Pablo. So Pablo, you're the head of EU projects at ActSE Co-op. And I'll just wait for you to pop on screen. I think you're coming. Okay, I can hear you. Now I can see you. Fantastic.
Hello.
Hello. It's wonderful to have you here. And first of all, I'm not particularly familiar with ActSE Co-op, so please could you explain to me and to everybody else what you're all about, and also maybe describe the potential of co-op forestry management in Europe in general. And I believe you're in Spain, is that right?
Yeah.
Fantastic.
I'll try to do it. Yeah. First, I'm gonna share my screen.
And yes, we have it.
Can you see something? Yeah.
Yeah, clearly.
Let's see. Maybe now it's full screen.
Perfect.
Yeah. Well, good afternoon. Thank you, Nicholas and Victor and the rest of the Social Economy Europe team. We are really excited to have the opportunity to share our experience. We are a little cooperative, and for us it's an honor to be with you. And I would like to be there in Ljubljana, but I'm in Madrid. I have to tell you that today is a national holiday in Spain. So maybe my children are beside the room, and I hope they're not gonna enter in the meeting.
It might brighten up the day a bit, so don't worry if they do.
Yeah. Well, I'll start saying what's ActSE. ActSE, our company, is a workers' cooperative with more than 20 years of experience. We are a consultancy focused in the forest sector with projects in more than 20 countries, mainly in Europe, also in Africa and South America. We have little projects in Asia also. Well, we are a workers' cooperative, so we are involved in the social economy sector. We are a company in the social economy. The cooperative was founded by 10 students almost 20 years ago. Last year, in year 2000, we celebrate the 20th birthday. It wasn't a really good year to celebrate nothing, but that's what happened. And now we are almost 60 workers, which 40 of them we are partners of the cooperative. We try to put into practice the values of the social economy and the cooperativism, the solidarity, participation, democracy, quality, equity. That's the way we approach our daily work, and we are trying to do our best. We are mainly focused in these services: forest consultancy, forest inventories, remote sensing applied to forestry and environment, climate change and forest fires, technological and self-development, and also training for other companies or even the public institutions. Well, talking about today's session, we'd like to share our European approach for the green transition, taking account that we are experts in forestry, in forests. In our opinion, green transition should take place through sustainable forest management and a widespread use of wooden products. That's our idea of what needs to happen in the next years. Our approach for the forest is that the forest resources management is our life, and we know what forest owners and the industry need for the best growing. They need tools for monitoring their forest, and they need good forest inventories to know what they have. Effective forest monitoring is essential for a new economy and sustainability. If the 20th century economy was a petrol-based economy, we think, and the rest of the people think, that 21st century economy will mainly depend on renewable resources. And when we work in forests, we realize that the forests are dynamic, scattered, and hard to quantify. Nowadays, forest monitoring it's a task laborious, it's time consuming, and it's expensive. Because of that, I want to show you a project that we are working right now, and maybe it can be inspire other projects. In the following slides, I would like to present this project that is called Forest Map, a project that we are developing with many other stakeholders. At the beginning of 2019, we applied with our proposals, and after passing all different evaluations, we convinced the European Commission to fund our Forest Map. The project is included in the Horizon 2020 and the ActSE instrument action. At the end of 2019, we started with the project, and it's a really strange moment to start, but because at the beginning of 2020, the COVID came and everything changed. But we are like managing quite good the project, and we are like quite happy about how is everything going. Forest Map is an e-commerce platform. I'll try to explain you in short. It's an e-commerce platform that allows users to make an accurate online forest inventory of a specific area in a simple way, really quick and cheap. That's what we are doing with Forest Map. I don't want to enter in many technical aspects, but at least some phases that can be interesting to understand, I think, what we are doing. This platform is based on a pilot project that we developed in Spain with, we have a first beta version in Spain, and we wanted to give the platform a European dimension. We're applying the concept of open science using open data, for example, the Copernicus satellite images of the European Space Agency program. And we're also using the open source of the geographic information systems and GIS and R. It's a free software environmental for statistics, computing, and graphics. If we add the skills and data in analysis and modeling and also the computing capacity, we found a huge opportunity for innovation in forest monitoring. Yeah, I don't want to go into the project, but it's important to know that we use different images, LiDAR, satellite, photogrammetric, combined with an important database for forest inventory, and we can get information really useful for the owners of the forest, and that's to decide what to do with the forest. That's the project framework says that we achieve the results in cooperation with local stakeholders. We are not working alone with forest associations, with a spatial data company in each country, with local forest consultants, and also with universities and research institutions. The implementation of the project is in 6 different countries. We start, as I said, we started in Spain with a pilot platform, but we're expanding the project in Portugal, France, Italy, Slovenia, Germany, and also Finland. We are working in Slovenia, and maybe some of you know some of the forests we are working there in cooperation with the Slovenian Forest Services and the Slovenian Forest Institute. We are working in different forests in each country. As we are doing, even though the COVID-19 is with us or was with us, we have achieved good results, and with the support of the different partners in the different countries. In some cases, the partners contribute with their own data, or even with field work in the forest. The trips were planned to be before, but now we are in that moment like visiting many countries. Last week, some colleagues were in Slovenia, with the Slovenian Forest Services, and we asked for a 6 months extension because we supposed to finish the project this month, and we need to finish in March because of COVID. Well, the project, the platform, is a website that offers detailed forest inventories for the owners, reports, and a report to know the quantity and the quality of the wood in an easy way and very short time in a cheap way. So it's really useful, and we are testing with private owners, with the small private owners, and it's useful for them, really useful for them. Well, I would like to talk about the European legal framework, and we think that we are quite aligned with in this case, with the new EU forest strategy for 2030 that really was approved last July, and it's a strategy that wants to show the society the multifunctional role of the forest, the contributions for the forester and for the society of the forestry. It also talks about the need to use wood for the construction, for the biomass and the heating process. It's important to use in a sustainable way, but it's important to use biomass in the heat for the heating process. And also the forest strategy talks about the necessity to protect the forest, to fight against forest fires, to fight against climate change, and the different aspects of the forest. So we think our services are aligned with the EU forest strategy. And we also think that we are not only aligned with the European forest strategy, but also for the European Action Plan for the Social Economy. We are trying, like, making a reality and putting into practice a company in a democratic way with the participation of the owners. And that's something that we are really proud of that. So the putting into agenda the cooperatives, the social economy companies, for us is an objective. So we are like trying to work aligned with the European Action Plan for the Social Economy. But for us, it's so essential to combine both aspects. I mean, we want to show for the forest sector that the social economy companies, that the cooperatives, the workers' cooperatives can be an important actor to participate and solve the challenge that we face, from the climate change, the forest fires, to protect and restore the forest. That's important. In the forest sector so that the social economy company, the cooperatives, can be an important actor there. And on the other hand, we also want to show in the social economy sector that the cooperatives, the workers' cooperatives, can be technological, can be powerful in the digital and satellite solutions, incorporating innovation to the projects. So both aspects, we are strange in the forest sector because we are a social economy company. So the people say, oh, you are a cooperative, a workers' cooperative. And also sometimes in the social economy ecosystem, when we talk about what we are doing with technical, with digital solutions, with satellite images, we are kind of strange. So both, we want to combine both aspects to become more powerful and more stronger. So yeah, maybe we talk about this in the company, in the cooperative, and in short, yeah, we're trying to work to put theory into practice. We sometimes we talk about that there are so many documentations, papers, legislations, strategies, action plans that sometimes are quite far from reality. And we want to reduce that gap, to construct a bridge between the paper, the legislations, and the reality and the cooperatives. That's what we are trying to do in the last 20 years. And well, as we say with our SME instrument, with Forest Map, we want to see ActSE as a cooperative reality from a space to forest through our Forest Map platform. Well, thank you. I'm completely open to answer any questions you have, and thank you again for invite us to share our project.
Well, thank you very, very much, Pablo. That was fascinating, and you've brought back some really interesting memories for me by talking about GIS mapping and R. I've just finished that way a year ago. I finished a master's where I had to use both of those for my master's thesis. And it's just amazing how these open source technologies can be used for such an amazing project such as this. So I really love the fact that you're combining the cooperative nature of business management with the green transition and really using it to manage these forests. And, you know, utilizing the digital options that are out there to really help forest management is really important. Like you were saying, knowing what decisions to make in order to prevent forest fires. You need data for that. You need to understand the full picture for that. And the only way to do that is to have more data and to share that data, and to use the motto that you used was from space to forest. I find it fascinating, and I thank you so much for giving us that detail. And I'd love to talk more with you about it, because I really do find it fascinating. So can we have a round of applause, please, for Pablo, because I really enjoyed that talk. And
thank you.
Fascinating concept. And also thank you very much for mentioning the Social Economy Action Plan. We've heard it many times today, but this is really going to be the action plan that sets out a roadmap for how we can achieve all these things. And that's just the beginning. As our president, Juan Antonio, said this morning, this is something that we've been fighting for since 2014. But now we have the action plan that's coming in December. That's just the beginning. Now we have to make sure it's implemented properly. And these are the kinds of projects that can really serve as good examples of how to do that. So thank you once again, Pablo, and thank you to all our speakers. And we're going to move on to Julia. Julia, can you join us on screen?
Hi, hello, can you hear me?
Yes, and we can see you. How are you doing?
Great, thanks. Very happy to be here among such nice panel of speakers also.
It's fascinating, isn't it? But so is your story. So we're really looking forward to hearing it. So you're working at Reuse, and I would really like it if you could introduce us to Reuse as a network, and what you do, and maybe explain how your organization helps engage citizens and support citizens, and maybe improve the social aspect of reuse and repair organizations.
Sure, just 1 second. I'm trying to share my screen.
No problem. I lose it every time. Every time I have to try. Okay, we see it clearly.
Yes, okay. So my name is Julia, as I was already introduced, and I am Policy Officer for Social Affairs at Reuse. And Reuse is a network of social and solidarity enterprises active in the circular economy, or in other words, reuse, repair, and recycling. So currently we have 29 members in Europe and 1 in the US, together federating more than 850 social enterprises. So for you to get a glimpse of Reuse's network environmental contribution, this is, I would invite you to peek into this graphic, and this is from 2019. So each year, Reuse enterprises divert around 1 million tons of material from landfill through reuse, repair, and recycling, and they work with different material flows, such as you see here. And 1 million tons is equal to 137 Eiffel Towers. So pretty important number, and diverting 1 million tons of materials, they create employment to around 105,000 employees. And I just would like to note that despite its environmental benefits, the Reuse network has also an immense job creation potential. So our last briefing on the job creation in the reuse sector has showcased that per 1,000 tons of material collected with the goal to be reused, on average, Reuse network social enterprises created 70 jobs. And this number can be even higher for more labor-intense activities, which, for example, include repair, with upper bounds reaching around 140 jobs. And it also should be said that the majority of reuse network social enterprises are also work integration enterprises. So it means that they provide employment outside the pool of usual suspects to such people as long-term unemployed, people with disabilities, other vulnerable groups such as migrants. And yet in the discussions of the circular economy, we often predominantly focus on the environmental or economic dimensions such as resource efficiency. So therefore today in my presentation, I would like to a bit refocus the conversation and focus on the social value within the circular economy through some concrete examples from the reuse network. So really putting more abstract imagery into practice. So my first example, and also just to say it wasn't easy to choose some practical illustrations because our members are really unique and different. So first example I chose is the waste valorizer. And this is implemented by Belgian Federation of Social and Circular Enterprises called the Resource. And this really showcases how social enterprises can create green and circular jobs, upskill and reskill the workforce, but also get those skills and qualifications recognized, which is sometimes an issue. So through this particular training program, waste valorizers deal with varying incoming waste streams, such as textiles, furniture, electronics, and more. And they are taught to recognize the value of waste materials and products, and also to distribute them to the appropriate reuse or recycling streams. And while one could say that waste valorizer profession has existed for a while, it hasn't been officially acknowledged and valued by Belgian authorities. Therefore, the Resource Federation, by creating this waste valorizer profession and strongly advocating for it, achieved its recognition in Brussels and Bologna. So this not only allows people to find pride in their employment, but it also facilitates their employability and transition, for example, to the traditional labor market, or if they choose to the private sector. Another example is also how social enterprises active in the circular economy can be innovative and also embrace the digital transition. I believe Anastasia already talked a bit about the digital. So as you know, the European Commission has embraced both green and digital transitions, like as to building policy blocks of its agenda. And therefore, I would like to also zoom in on the social enterprises' role concerning digitalization. So first example is Emmaus Connect, which is a French NGO from the Emmaus France network dedicated to make ICT a booster for social integration. And building on the notion that 1 in 10 French people have difficulty with digital technologies or even access to material technologies such as computers, Emmaus Connect teaches digital skills and provides equipment to the most vulnerable, this way fighting against digital exclusion. And they have estimated that since 2013, they managed to help 83,000 people. So again, we see how it's important to also keep the social economy within the discussion of any future of work scenarios. And another NGO also, a Belgian social enterprise, CF2D, is concretely helping women. So like has this very intersectional approach linked to gender, and it offers basic digital skills and training to women living under social housing schemes. And what I really liked also about this example is that to further empower these women, those women who undergo the training become mentors themselves for other new participants starting the program. So this way we ensure not only transferability and peer-to-peer mentoring, but they also can try themselves in different emplois, not just the student, but also the teacher. And these are just few examples from our membership linked to the digitalization. And we are currently working also on a briefing highlighting social enterprises contributions to the digital transition, which will be published soon on the Reuse website, so keep an eye. And now I would also like to cast the light a bit into how we can also empower consumers and citizens to be part of just circular transition, what has been a bit also touched upon by you, Nick, in the presentation at the beginning of the introduction. So just to say that Reuse Network members offer a number of services to make the circular economy more attractive to citizens and enable this paradigm shift in terms of consuming and promoting repair culture. So it ranges from repair cafes, study tours, volunteering opportunities, and also lectures on sustainable lifestyles and educational materials, but also ability to communicate in very fun and understandable way, I believe is important. And I would like to look at 2 awareness building campaigns. So one is "Nu is over if you want it" from Reuse member Insieme, which was inspired by John Lennon and Yoko Ono, War is Over art, more like a performance showcasing the urgency to rethink not only our consumption choices as part of the circular revolution, but Insieme also adds that Nu is over doesn't mean game over, and they also encourage people to be playful and, for example, promotes upcycling. So let's say those objects who maybe are in certain sense obsolete are giving a new life because of some sort of new features or additional elements. And also reuse is also part of the Green Friday campaign. So I assume many of you know what is Black Friday. Green Friday was created in response to the Black Friday campaign, bringing together several organizations to raise awareness of the need for more reasonable and responsible consumption, where not only the lowest price and the latest trend matters, but we also take into account the impacts of our consumption. And this also brings me to my last example. I believe that also communicating the impact of reuse choices can have a very positive effect. So for example, AERES, our Spanish reuse network of social enterprises, has developed 2 calculators. So the first calculator helps citizens and consumers to be aware of the environmental impact of the reusing, and they can calculate how much CO2 emissions with each choice not to buy something new but reuse they save. And additionally, and this is available in English, whereas a social impact calculator is more recent calculator. Unfortunately, so far available only in Spanish, but we are working on it to make it also available in English. And this calculator helps to estimate also the job creation potential of your efforts to reuse and the economic return to society. So, for example, I just calculated on my own that a coat generates 1.13 hours of insertion work and 8.18 euros financial return to community. And also this calculator brings you to specific individual profiles of employees of the social enterprises of AERES network. So it's also really inspiring to read their story and see what path, what life path they had before joining this network and how it contributes to their well-being. So to conclude, I just would like to say that while circular economy can take many forms, from more business-oriented to more people over profit-oriented approaches, that if we want the circular economy to be of a truly sustainable economic model of the future, it's really crucial to leverage its social dimension next to the environmental and economic considerations.
Wow, thank you very much. Round of applause, please. Wonderful, Julia. That was such a holistic approach to sustainability and the circular economy that reuse has, and your presentation demonstrated that really well. So thank you very much. I mean, I particularly liked, I know the example of ARIS, and I think it's a really wonderful way to have statistics at the touch of a button to see your impact immediately. I think that's a really fantastic way to get people involved, you know? And I think you can even, you know, get a little ticket out that just says what your impact is. And you mentioned that there's a new tool, which is the social impact. So if we can see that in English soon, that would be absolutely amazing. So that was a wonderful idea. And then the fact that so many of the circular economy organizations are WISEs as well, are work integration social enterprises, which really gives everybody a chance. People that are far from the labor market, people that haven't had the same opportunities as everybody else, being included. And I think that's a really important part of achieving the Sustainable Development Goals, is inclusion for everybody. And your organization is paramount in making that happen. So thank you for explaining that as well. And again, the commitment to services as well, you know, and making these reuse services actually convenient for people. I think this is one of the things that needs to happen, and reuse, excuse me, is really helping to make these reuse and repair shops and stations much more convenient for people to use. So absolutely wonderful. And we have everybody on the panel right now.
Nicholas, one thing, can I say something?
Please.
You know that, Nicholas and Julia, that calculator was made by Agresta with AERES? That the calculator you saw?
Fantastic.
We developed that calculator with them.
That is amazing news. I'm sorry, I wasn't aware of that. So thank you very much, Pablo, for explaining that. And here we go. This is why we're getting people together. And this is the power that can happen when you get organizations together. So please be expecting an email from me, all of you guys. I've got plenty of ideas that I want to try and connect us all with. And if you know anybody else who might be interested, I'm really happy to get involved as well. So Julia, I've explained all the things I thought were fascinating about your presentation, but let's just hear one quick word from everybody. I'm going to give you the opportunity to, first of all, comment on any of the presentations you've heard, but also any messages that you might have for policymakers for your own organizations and your own causes. That would be really, really interesting to hear. So let's start in the order we began. So Sem, if we could hear from you first.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, first of all, great presentations, very interesting, everyone, and all very different subjects, but definitely related at the same time. Yeah, I think looking from the lens of energy communities, I think especially, yeah, of course, the work that DASIS is doing with rural communities really struck a note, because I think energy communities could play a big role in rural development, and actually many were also started in rural areas with this goal to really develop the local economy and prevent communities from people moving away. And there's a lot of advantages, I guess, in rural communities because there's more space. So it's sometimes much easier to develop renewable energy systems. So that was a great presentation to hear. Maybe because you also asked for messages to policymakers, Nicholas, I think the main thing would be just recognition of energy communities in general and the role that they can play in achieving a just and fair energy transition. And not only in renewable energy, because that's slowly getting known, luckily, but also in energy efficiency and building renovation and, as you say, car sharing and all those types of activities. And at the same time, what I think is also a big barrier for many of our members still is not only the acknowledgement, but also sort of the willingness from regulators to actually try and understand what they're doing and try and work with them instead of not being interested and disregarding them from the beginning, or thinking that it's not going to be big enough or useful enough. So I think I'll keep it at that given the time, but these headline messages, I think, what's most important.
Absolutely fascinating. Thank you very much, Sem. Anastasia.
Yes, for me, it was really, really interesting to be part of this panel because I can hear also really, really interesting case studies and experience that is fits really, really well with all the work that I'm doing in this year, that is rural for now, but also related to digital and green. And it's really, really nice to see that from the ground. So the grassroots movement is working on that. And sometimes we keep an eye on that is also a way to find the innovation that then we can scale up. And based on your question, Nicholas, I would just to highlight that it's really important that we are working in this twin transition. And as we can see for all of us, is green and digital is always together. So is going together, but it's really important to not separate this from the civil society and from the participation of the community. In order to do that, I think that the social economy can be a really, really key factor in engagement these people. So this is also a value added that as like social economy organization can add in this twin transition.
Thank you very much. Now, Pablo.
Well, yeah. First of all, thank you for the afternoon, for the evening. It was so interesting for us and to know all of you and the different projects you are developing. For the policymakers, I will ask for recognition. They saw. I think they must know us. They need to know that the social economy is it's a crucial actor to improve the society, the democracy, the economy that we are building in Europe. So we need to have their attention. And sometimes they don't know nothing about us. And I think that it's so important that they look for us. And in the other side, I will say that we are completely open in ActSE to collaborate, to participate in any European project, LIFE, Horizon Europe, Erasmus, whatever. We are completely open. I think we have little experience, but we can share our experience. And with others, it's like a big puzzle. A tiny piece of the puzzle, maybe by alone is not so interesting, but we are a kind of little piece that with other pieces, we make a good images. And I think most of us, we are little piece of a big puzzle, and that piece is important to have the whole idea. And thank you again.
Absolutely. Perfect. And finally, Julia.
So also, first of all, would like to extend my thank you to other speakers and to the organizers. And I think I won't really say anything new, just echo my fellow panelists that maybe what struck the note with me was what Pablo said, this need to bridge the local community needs and the political decision making. So, and also how everyone talked about the need to work together with the community and imagine sustainable futures together with them. So my main takeaway for the upcoming social economy action plan would be also to somehow mainstream this social economy to the green policies, to the digital policies and beyond, and this way creating favorable policy and legal environment for social economy actors.
Absolutely, I couldn't agree with you all more. I think my main takeaway is very similar to what Anastasia was saying, in that we always hear about this digital and this green transition, but all four of your examples today have been the epitome of the twin transition. You know, you guys are all fantastic examples of how using digital technologies and training and everything to do with using open source technology can really help us achieve this green transition and do it at the service of the people as well through the values of the social economy. So I want to say a massive thank you to all of our panelists, please. And can we have a round of applause for everybody that spoke? Okay, so I'm going to close the session today, but we have some very, very exciting news. First of all, this is a week-long event. So tomorrow, please come back tomorrow. We are in person, but more importantly, we are also online. There's lots of people listening to us online. We're live streaming. We have the Zoom feed as well. And we've also got a video that we're going to be producing after the event and sharing these important messages. Please, if you are speaking with us, expect an email from me because I'm here to network with you as well. So that's a very exciting opportunity for all of us, especially me. And what I'd really like to say is we're about to start the most important social economy event of the year, which is going to be the Social Economy Awards. So the Social Economy Awards, we've had, as I mentioned, 118 applications from all sorts of incredible organizations, large organizations, small organizations, all of which who are working for social innovation, the green transition, digitalization, and skills, and some who have been working towards all three, and they couldn't decide which category to present their application in. And we have our finalists. Many of our finalists are coming today. They will be joining us in the room, which is the Digital Center, which is, I think, if I'm not mistaken, 3 minutes walk from here. And so straight after this, when I close the session, I invite everybody to come along with us. We have a cocktail and some free food at the beginning of the conference. And then we're going to ask you to sit down and watch this amazing event. It's emceed by Chris Gordon. And he's going to be, he's like a party in a person. So that's going to be really, really, really fun to have him around. And that's all I can say. I want to drum up your energy and thank you very much for your time today and for listening to all the amazing presentations. Thank you, Nena, I can see is here. And you'll be joining us. Nena, weren't you in the awards in a minute? Absolutely. And we're blessed to have Vic Van Buren here, who will also be joining us in the awards. So thank you very much. And we have Annalise as well. Thank you. So I'm going to close the conference and thank you very much, everybody. See you in a moment in the Digital Center for the EU Awards.
Bye.